You are live. Welcome. Welcome to the live chat, everybody. Welcome to the live chat. Double. Come on in, everybody. Welcome to the live chat. Welcome to the live chat. Perfect Timing Podcast. Thursday. It's a hallucination Thursday. What's up with everybody out there in TV land? What's up to everybody in YouTube land? I done sent out a couple notifications, let everybody know I'm live. Haven't been live in a couple days. It's all good though. You know what I'm saying? I take a little time to myself every now and then. But we here, man, with that Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blues, giving Democrats the boo-hoo-hoo blues. You know what it is. Back at it like a crack at it, automatic like a fomatic, built from tragedy, made for static. It's your boy, Perfect Timing Podcast, back with the blast, in and out with a dash. 2026 won't last, so let's get this done in the blast. What's up with your peoples? What's up with my peepers? What's up with my peepers? Yeah, man, we back with that good Trump news, and there's a lot going on, man. Domestically, it's a lot going on. I think I got news. We was in Newark last week, and now we in Portland with the ICE. You know, as I did my research on Newark, you know, we were showing Newark. They were talking about a hunger strike in Newark, and it was all this different stuff in Newark, right? You know what I found when I did my research on Newark? You know what I found? Newark is the latest place for the ICE deployment. So when you have the Democrats at that facility, what's actually going on in Newark is the same thing that was going on in Minnesota. It was the same thing that was going on in Operation Chattahoochee Crunch. So as we looked at Newark, as we seen the protests, as we seen the violence, people have gotten arrested. We've seen people being bussed into Newark right now we're starting off with the Newark ICE facility. And what we found out is that they're supposed to be about a hunger strike and that they weren't being treated correctly inside the facility. But the truth is, the whole protest was about the fact that now ICE is in Newark and ICE is doing ICE operations in the same way Tom Homan, in the same way Barack Obama. Last time we talked about this, we reported Barack Obama deported over 3 million people. Barack Obama not only deported more people than Trump, but more people were unalived under Barack Obama in detention. But it was the same person in charge of the homeland. It was Tom Homan. Barack Obama gave him an accommodation for what he did. But here it is. Now we have the same thing happening in Newark. But the problem is, like in Newark, like in Minnesota, what we have, sanctuary city policies, Democratic leaders, and the Democratic leaders and the sanctuary city policies have told police to stand down. This is why we have violence in Newark. This is why we had to have Trump bring in the state. This is why we had the whole political nightmare, the photo op. So when I did my research on Newark, and I'm like, okay, what's going on in Newark? I found that what we have going on in Newark is ICE operations. So I see ICE is in Newark arresting people who shouldn't be in the country, who have committed crimes, and that's why they're at the facility. They're not being upfront and forward. Why are they protesting at the Newark facility? Why is there ICE protest? Because they're in Newark arresting people who came here and didn't follow the proper process of coming here. But not only that, but they committed crimes while here. What did the news say? We got people in there for unaliving people. We got people in there for SA against children. But the first crime, remember what Barack Obama said, the first crime was that they came into the country and they didn't use the proper process. But so we look at Newark and we look at the Delaney ICE Detention Center and we see all this melee outside of the center. And people are wondering, I'm doing research. I'm looking at the menu. I said, oh, no, they're not feeding them. They're not giving them the right food. And then I come to find out they're getting 3 meals a day, plus snacks, plus they get free dental, plus they get free Medicare. In California, what did I report? In California, people incarcerated can get sexual operations and changes in brand new teeth. So not only, then I said to my audience, how many of you have the luxury to have 3 meals a day? Maybe you make sure the kids have 3 meals a day, right? But how many fathers eat 3 times a day? A lot of us, I don't eat breakfast, never. How many of you dads out there eat, how many moms, single parents, let's just do it like that because people are so sensitive today and we're living in a sensitive time. How many single parents get to eat breakfast? I'm sure you make sure your kids eat breakfast, but how many people get to eat 3 times a day? These people incarcerated are eating 3 basic meals. And if you do, maybe you get a snack in the morning that's not healthy. Maybe you get a bite of a Pop-Tart or something like that, and you know you shouldn't eat it. But these individuals in the Delaney ICE detention center are getting 3 basic meals a day. What does that mean? That means each meal, because it's a federal operation, right? Each meal has the proper nutrients that should be in the meal. Like you're getting the 4 basic food groups in breakfast, lunch, and dinner. All of us can't afford to do that. Sometimes you eat a bad meal. A lot of us eat a bad meal where we don't eat our 4 basic food groups. Rarely do we eat planned meals, right? And for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. These individuals in the federal detention center are eating planned meals, and each meal is nutritious to the point of a medical standard, to a government standard. But then we hear about food ain't right. But then we learn, hey, wait a minute, how could it not be right when they're getting 3 meals a day? And me as an everyday American, I go to work, I pay taxes. I can't afford 3 meals a day plus 2 snacks. These guys getting 3 meals a day plus 2 snacks, and they not even supposed to be here. On top of them not supposed to be here, they committed a crime while here. Some of them very serious and heinous. So that was what I found is behind the Newark. And then we got Portland. But then I heard they was shipping in people from Portland. So now that's what I heard about the background from Newark and Portland. So that was just one thing I was talking about as we got in. Today we talking about Trump versus Bibi. Make sure you double tap at the like button. You're watching the #1 podcast on YouTube for domestic and geopolitical debate. We getting back into the Iran news, the Iran update. A lot is going on between Israel and Lebanon. We were getting close to a deal, but then there's this tension between Israel and Lebanon. Donald Trump is now turned into tension between Trump and Bibi. Is it peace or is it posturing? A lot of the news about LA has come out, and the Democrats and the Republicans in California, Steve Hilton will advance. So Californians will have a choice in the gubernatorial race between a Democrat and a Republican. I'm very proud about that. My hope and prayer is that California goes red and picks a Republican and we can get away from the corruption. You know, somebody today talked about how we collected $5 trillion in tax. You know, California is the 5th largest economy. When somebody, I think it might have been Glenn Beck, he was talking about how much we collect in taxes, how much the billionaires pay in taxes, and we collect $5 trillion in 2025 in taxes. Well, California is the 4th largest economy in the world. This is what Spencer Pratt is talking about. We have so much money in California. We make deals with Iran. How many know that we were buying oil from Iran? California, because we operate like our own country. But California doesn't have the money to fix the homelessness problem. How is it possible that America can collect $5 trillion a year in taxes? A year, not over 20 years, but in 1 year, America collected $5 trillion. How is it California could be the 5th largest economy in the globe? Not in America, but in the globe. That means bigger than China, Japan. A lot of people, right? Not China. I'm just, rambling. But California is so big and such a behemoth when it comes to money, but it can't have enough money to fix and have water for a fire, right? When you think about what happened in LA with Karen Bass, you got to put it in context of how big of a behemoth. So $5 trillion a year for America, and we still have problems. How can the poor people not have Medicaid and all these things when we collect $5 trillion a year? Well, how can California still have the biggest homelessness, the worst reading, the worst problems, the worst gangs, the worst violence? How can California consistently over years under Democratic leadership be the worst and be the 5th largest economy? I don't know. How can it be both? How can it be both? So my goal and hope and prayer is that California elects a Republican. Remember, we had the governor. We had Arnold Schwarzenegger. We had the governor. Remember, Arnold, I don't care. Get to the chopper. I'll drive my Hummer. I'll drive my Hummer up your booty. Remember, governor, get to the chopper. And he was talking about driving his Hummer. Well, I smoke my cigar. And he was having sex with his maid, and then they had a kid that looked like him, and the kid was 20 years old, and he was married to a Kennedy. But remember the governor? Oh, man. The governor was great, so I hope California goes red. But I want to ask a question before we get into the podcast today. Are we going to be okay? Everybody in the chat, I want to ask a question. Everybody in the chat right now, hit the like button. I want to ask you a question. As American people, And a lot of the times when I start my podcast, I say I want to see some unity in the chat, some love in the chat. And I say, are we going to be okay? Today, the question is, are we going to be okay? As a people, as an American people, and that's a real question. Right now, today, as I did my research, Donald Trump, one of the first videos I'm going to go into is Donald Trump wanting to, saying that he for a long time, he's wanted to take Karg Island. Now, and we've talked about Karg Island on the channel before. And the thing about Karg Island is we're talking about 100,000 Iranian troops. Plus, we're talking about now over the weekend. In case you don't know, it's been an uptick in violence. A helicopter was shot down, and an American helicopter was shot down. I'll be honest. You know, this is a pro-America channel. We're America first. We're MAGA strong, MAGA dollar. I believe in Trump. If you're asking me, I'm betting on Trump. Off the top right now, if you want to know, I'm betting on Trump. I'm betting on America every time. I'm doubling down on Trump. I'm doubling down on America. But let's just hash it out. Over the weekend, an American helicopter was shot down. With all honesty, over the weekend, an American helicopter was shot down, and the people, the pilots were saved by a drone boat. A drone boat went in and said, you can look at that how you want to look at that. So there, over the weekend, you had this uptick of violence where Iran shot down a helicopter. I thought we were in a peace agreement. I thought we had a ceasefire, but there has been an uptick in violence in Lebanon and Israel over the Hezbollah, and I believe there's a specific neighborhood that Israel has been targeting, right? And this has led to the uptick of violence. So a helicopter was shot down, and now there's a response from America. So I'm going to play video from America bombing Iran, but also Iran is again bombing Israel. So I'm having a leading question in the chat. I'm asking people to vote because over and over on my channel, I've debunked this idea that Israel is somehow behind these things in Iran. Israel is not behind this stuff in Iran. And I mean, I've said it over and over again. I've even said it, and I put forward that I believe America had been using Israel as cover. I believe America, like Donald Trump admitted today, he's always wanted Karg Island. It had nothing to do with Israel. I mean, I've said it so many times. I've laid the geopolitical understanding about how America always wanted this conflict, how America always wanted its hands in the Straits of Hormuz. It had nothing to do with Israel. And I believe Israel was covered. And I said we were always going to Iran when we went to Venezuela. And what do you always hear Trump talk about when he talks about Iran? He talks about the success in Venezuela and how the Venezuela ordeal is a roadmap to Iran. That's why I said we went to Venezuela first. So when I say, are we going to be all right? It's a real question. So when we talk about Karg Island, right? And we talk about Bibi versus Trump, right? And I don't care if you don't like the question. It's a real question. Are we going to be all right as a people? Because if we have to fight a global, we need to be a people. So are we going to be all right? So Trump admitted on Fox News he's always wanted Karg Island, going back years. Nothing to do with Israel. Nothing to do with Israel. That means Trump always knew and wanted to invade Iran. Nothing to do with Israel, nothing to do with Bibi, which is why he's pissed at Bibi right now. Because this is Trump's idea. This is Trump's plan. And he's always wanted to invade Iran. He's always wanted a piece of Venezuela. He's always wanted to disrupt OPEC. And he knew he had to do this in order to restructure the world in the benefit of America and the petrodollar. This was always the plan. This was always the plan. So when you hear Trump say, I don't think America has the stomach. He said, I don't think America has the stomach for us to go into Karg Island. I'm talking about Iran. We're talking about Iran, and I'm asking the American people, are we going to be all right? Because the uptick is coming. The uptick in violence is coming. I hope that we would get a peace agreement. It doesn't look like we're going to get a peace agreement. It looked like it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. Do people understand that? So I say, you know, this generation hasn't yet felt the brunt and the horrible reality of war. But a lot of us have. So I was young, Gen X, you know, a lot of us, when we grew up, we didn't know that we would feel the brunt and the pain. 9/11 was the shocker, right? I shouldn't have been, because after the first Iraq conflict, right? But a lot of us live this American life that a lot of people live now. We're just so jaded. And we don't understand how quickly it can change. And what this PTSD, and right now they're attacking the governor. I'm a Republican. I'm a MAGA Republican. But they're attacking the governor of Maryland for his record. But I have friends who went to Iraq. I have friends with PTSD. I remember when they came back. I remember how they were changed. So I don't like that they're picking on him. And I want to talk to the American people and I let the American people. So for a long time, the Democrats have allowed you to be deluded. And you don't understand the reality. And I need to let you know, do the young people, do the LGBTQ, do the trans, do the Black Lives Matter. Do you guys understand that freedom is not free? See, you haven't been called to fight and die for your country. You haven't been called to go and have PTSD. You haven't been called on like every other generation. We thought we wouldn't be touched by it. Ask your Gen X. Ask your Gen X dad. We thought we were touched. We thought we were past America being attacked. 9/11. We thought we were past that. And yet and still, it touched us like it touched our grandparents. In this generation, like I said before, like the King of New York said, this generation has gotten fat. This generation has gotten fat. And I think you're fat and I think you're afraid. And I have a question this morning. 2 questions. Are we going to be all right? And do you know that freedom is not free? Because Trump has said he wants Carg Island. I keep saying every day when we talk about this Iran conflict, and I tell you about the 3 aircraft carriers, and I say logistically, it's not about ideology, but logistically, how long will we be there? And what does that mean for the 18, 19, and 20-year-old, the 21-year-old American, whether you're white, black, purple, green, or brown? What does it mean if America is in that Middle East for an extended period of time? Is it possible that you could be called on like your fathers, like your grandfathers, to go sacrifice your life, and you may suffer the same PTSD like they're trying to fuck with the governor of Maryland, even though he a Democrat? But this is the thing about Republicans. I don't hate Democrats. I wouldn't vote for a Democrat, but I don't hate Democrats. And if he is a veteran, I love him. Because when he was talking about his service, when he was talking about friends who lost their life, when he was talking about going on missions off the wire and being potentially not coming back, I saw in his eyes. A lot of you don't know what it's like to go on a mission and potentially not come back, go on a mission and lose a friend. Well, I lost a lot of friends. I went on a lot of missions. I got a lot of PTSD. I didn't go to Afghanistan. I jumped off the porch. So I relate. So I say, as Donald Trump admits, I always wanted to go into Carg Island. And then you get the analysis. There's all the analysis that if we go into Carg Island, now Carg Island is where Iran is making the oil. If we take Carg Island, we take the economy. I've already said Iran is crippled because they can't produce wheat, they can't produce flour, they can't produce bread, they're starving. If we take, it makes sense to take Carg, it was all, but if you understand that it wasn't Israel, that Bibi's not the puppet master, that America always already had these plans, already had the design, what you understand. This is why I'm asking you this morning, and everybody can joke if they want to, but you need to understand Carg Island was always part of the plan. How many people knew Carg Island was always part of the plan? It was always going to be ground troops. There were always going to be ground troops, and Carg Island was always part of the plan. This is serious this morning. This is serious. It's a lot we're discussing. We're discussing Israel. We're discussing the honest truth about America's designs on Iran and the Straits of Hormuz, and how those are devoid of what Israel's designs are. America has its own designs on Venezuela, on Greenland, on Spain, on UK, on Britain, on Iran. America has its own design. Surprise! Surprise, surprise, surprise. Oh, it's Israel. It's always Bibi. Oh, it's Bibi. Oh, it's Israel. We're doing this. No, surprise. Surprise. We always wanted Karg Island. What do you mean we always? That was always the plan. When you understand what some people have said, that America, when you listen to Alex Jones, when you listen to go look at the CIA, when they tell you that this has been a plan going back 10, 15 years, when Trump says every American president wanted to do it, that means they had designs, they had plans, they had ambitions, but it was written down at the Pentagon, at CENTCOM. It was on paper for years. When Trump says every American president wanted to do it, that means every American president planned it out, looked at it on the board. What the hell do y'all think they do all day long? Play golf? Every American president wanted to invade Iran, knew the geopolitical power of the Straits of Hormuz and America being able to control the Straits because we controlled it once before. Everybody brings up the dirty Shah. So we've always wanted Iran. It's been a plan. Trump says it all the time. Every American president wanted to do this. Every American president wanted to do this. What do you guys think that means? Oh, it don't mean nothing. No, it means the Pentagon had plans, numerous discussions on what war would look like with Iran. And guess what came up every time? Karg Island. Shit. Every time, in every war game, in every simulation, Karg Island was in the mix. So I'm asking this morning, are we going to be okay? Because Karg Island is troops on the ground and casualties. Young American soldiers, casualties in the thousands. Soldiers with PTSD. So for a long time in America, there's been a lot of plan. You remember BLM, people just dancing and twerking in front of the police? You know, people firing police officers, people firing firefighters. Oh, you won't get a vaccine. Oh, you won't get a vaccine, so we don't want you to be police. We don't want you to be a nurse. We don't want you to be fired. But now we're in a global conflict. Just very quickly after we tried to say none of you, and we got rid of soldiers. Here it is, Pete Hegseth, and people not paying attention to the writing on the wall. How many people saw Pete Hegseth bringing back people who had got kicked out of the armed forces for not doing the vaccine? How many people saw Pete Hegseth doing that? Y'all want to take a look at that? Let's take a look at Pete Hegseth. Who remember Pete Heggie, baby? That's my boy. I love Pete Hegseth in the Department of War. Why do you think Pete Hegseth in the Department of War went out of their way to beef up numbers? And we talking about ground troops if we talking about Karg Island. And if we talking about Iran, we talking about Karg Island. And that was always part of it. And it's like, wow. If you understand Iran, if you understand the Strait from the beginning, Karg Island was always part of it. That means ground troops was always, I don't know what people were thinking, but ground troops were always on the table. Ground troops, and now it's becoming evident and clear to everybody. Like people were praying that we get out of Iran without ground troops and without this generation being touched by war. And it's a real question this morning, do we understand America? Are we going to be okay as a people? Because we talk a lot about these young people. A lot of comedians have jokes about these young people, but we deal with them every day. You go to McDonald's, you go to Denny's, you go to Red Robin, and you see how they're not able to take your order. Now these same young people that we haven't been honest about, that we've given them participation trophies, we have no child left behind. Now the country is going to call on this. Think about this. Think about what I'm putting forth. I want America first. I don't want no more wars. I don't want no more wars. But holy moly, Batman, where do you see us if we did have to have a conflict? And we're in a geo conflict now. You see these young people being able to defend the country, understand. What about being able to process mentally what they potentially may go through, have to do, and then when they come back, being able to still, because what was asked of our grandparents, we don't talk about the silent generation enough. What was asked of the Gen X, what was asked of the people who went to Iraq, what was asked of the people who defeated Hitler is not only go kill, watch your friends die, but then come back home as if you did not kill someone as a child for the first time. And supposedly your memories and your emotions are supposed to be okay because you killed them in the name of your country. So we beat Hitler, but I killed a bunch of people, right? Unalive, because the YouTube don't like that. Unalived a bunch of people, right? But then I have to come back home. I have to come back home and be a husband. I have to come back home and be a banker. After going to war, after unaliving and seeing unalive. See, this is what we dealt with Iraq and Afghanistan, understanding that a lot of our brothers and sisters who we called on after 9/11, because we were terrified after 9/11, rightfully so. We hadn't been attacked on our homeland. I don't know if ever. I mean, you could talk about Pearl Harbor and other terrorist events, but nothing like 9/11. The American people were terrified. I remember. I always bring up, they had these terrorist threat warnings, different colors. And they would be like, oh, you can't go, don't go to the airport, don't fly. It's a yellow threat level at the airport. Then the news would come on, the fear mongering, the liberals. This is how Democrats took power. Oh, we have a threat level yellow at LaGuardia right now. We're going to ask people to open their bags. And then you got the TSA being created because you had this threat level assessment with different colors. And every day, that's how we would start our day after 9/11. What color is it today? Can I fly today? Can my boss fly today? Can we do business with Japan today? Oh, no. They got us red. They got us orange. They got us different. And a lot of young people who I'm talking about who will be called on today, you don't even remember this. A lot of you weren't born. A lot of you were too young. But what I'm asking is, will the young people of today be able to go to Carg Island, do what we need done, and be able and be the leaders for the next generation? Have we created that type of people? Have we created that understanding? Because with this socialist recruitment, with this communist recruitment, have we created that understanding within our young people that freedom is not free? Because this socialist communist ideology, they believe everything is free. But every generation in America has had to come to the grips with the fact that freedom is not free. This is a real question. Is the young people of today ready to deal with the fact that freedom is not free and there's a cost? I don't think so. I don't think so. That freedom is not free and there's a cost. I mean, they being on the receiving end. They just keep receiving. And then you got this socialism and communism coming up that tells them you need to receive more. That's what happened in Minnesota. We give the Somalians temporary protection status. We give the Somalians welfare for 10 years. And then COVID comes and then you need to receive more. You guys don't understand the psyche, what's going on mentally with the people I'm asking you about. Not only have we been giving them participation trophies, but we've been giving them on the social media feed it, and then they get the idea you need to receive more. What do you hear from women? Fat, overweight, obese, ugly women. They want more. Everyone can look at the children, at the women. You need to buy me this. You need to take me here. You ain't buying me this. You need to receive more. That we're dealing with this overconsumption, and everybody wants to receive more, despite being obese. Despite being habitually single. They get on live streams and panels and say, I'm not receiving enough. No one is willing to give. So when we talk about Carg Island and the sacrifice war asked for, war is a hell of a thing. Do you understand what's happening? War is a hell of a thing. It's not Israel. Make sure y'all vote in the chat. Make sure y'all voting in the chat. Double tap at the like button. Make sure y'all voting in the chat. Double tap at the like button. War is a hell of a thing, man. Double tap at the like button. That was a fire intro. That's a fire intro. I mean, that's a fire intro. If you're studying YouTube, vernacular, and you want to know how to do YouTube properly, come over to the Perfect Timing Podcast. You're gonna see a fire intro, bro. It's fire intro, bro. Fire. Good job, bro. Fire intro. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. Let's get everybody right now watching. Get the like button, get the like, share, and subscribe. We're talking about Trump versus Bibi, peace or posturing. And we're gonna go around the world with geopolitics. We're gonna go around the world with domestic affairs. And we're gonna take our time today. We're gonna take our time. Because I took a little break, so I'm happy I'm back. Happy I'm back with the perfect timers, the old timers. You know what I'm saying? The perfect timers, the old timers. And look at StreamYard. Look at StreamYard. We love you, StreamYard. StreamYard, we love you. We ain't mad at you, StreamYard. Do your thing, StreamYard. Go ahead, StreamYard. You know, we know. Hey, we know by now. We welcome this. It's not a real good podcast unless StreamYard be StreamYard. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's not fire unless StreamYard be StreamYard, y'all. So StreamYard, do what you do, man. Do what you do. Hey, man, do that voodoo that you do. I do. Have you rubbing on your head like Badu? They say they do in YouTube, but they don't views like I do. One more time. I do. Have you rubbing your head like Badu? They say they do in YouTube, but they don't get views like I do. I do. I do. I do. I do. Have you rubbing your head like Badu? Have you rubbing your head like Badu? They say they do YouTube, but they don't get views like you. I do. Come on, y'all. I do. I do. They say they do in YouTube, but they don't look like you do. Woo! Man, I'm having a good time, man. I'm having a good time. It's 103 degrees in Northern California, and we don't get heat like that. It never rains in Southern California, and they tell me it never rains. Now they rain on the east side, but on the other side of town, it never rains. Now it may be on the east side, but on the other side of town, it never rains. And they tell me, I just want to be with you. And they tell me, it never rains in Southern California. It never rains in Southern. Now it may be cold on the East Coast, but on the other side of town, it never rains. Yeah, man, it's 103. I think it's going to be 104 tomorrow. Summer is here, man. It's the last day of school. Pick the kids up early. The kids got snacks, got the candy, got the snacks. You know what I'm saying? I can't get no bad grades. You know what I'm saying? Last day of school, got the candy, got the snacks. You know what I'm saying? The kids downstairs, they got Capri Suns, and we just had a birthday, so brand new video game. So it's a good time right now, man. We got Capri Suns, we got Lego Marvel, you know what I'm saying? Lego Batman, You know what I'm saying? Brand new movies. We just did Grogu and then He-Man. I mean, Gen X. Think about this, Gen X. We got a He-Man movie. We got Thundercats. We have Thundercats in. They're making Thundercats right now. Who is that? I got Lion-O. I got Lion-O right there. I got Lion-O right there. Y'all see my collection of I got Lion-O right there. I got Panthro somewhere. Thundercats. Oh, so I got Lion-O right there. I got Skeletor. My son stole Skeletor. I got Skeletor. And then we do Ninja Turtles. So my son is in the Ninja Turtles. So they're making the Last Ronin. I got the Last Ronin comic book. Y'all see my absolute Batman. So they got He-Man Ninja Turtles. We got He-Man Ninja Turtle comic book. I got the He-Man Ninja Turtle comic book. Y'all not ready for the He-Man Ninja Turtle comic. I got the He-Man. Then we got the He-Man Ninja Turtle toy. Oh man, summertime, summertime. Let's just sit back and unwind. Sit back and unwind. Summertime. Double tap hit the like button. Everybody watching right now, hit the like button. What happened, man? I guess all the trolls left because I'm not responding to the trolls. The trolls get so upset. Just go somewhere else. I'm not responding. Just go somewhere else. What we're doing today is Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues, Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button, man. I tell you, boy, I do. Have you rubbing your head like Badu? They say they do it, you too, but they don't get views like you. I do. Yeah, man, let YouTube do their job, man. It ain't my job to regulate the racism. My job is to present the news. That's what we do here. Present the news. Man, this shit about Carg Island, man. That's like really where I'm at. This shit about Carg Island, man, is just, this is the news of the day. Now, it's not just Carg Island. We can't just say it's not just Carg Island. It's the uptick of violence. It's a helicopter. It's an American helicopter being shot down. Now, it was already a plane shot down. But that was when we were actually volleying missiles, and we were still in with February 28th, we invade Iran, bombs over Baghdad. Don't pull the gun out unless you're ready to bang. Bombs over Baghdad. So February 28th, we invade Iran, and then somebody did get shot down. We go in, we rescue them. So that's during the conflict. But right now, it's supposed to be a ceasefire. It's supposed to be a peace agreement on the horizon. We're supposed to be having peace in the Middle East. No. Iran shot down the hell. I'm being honest. I am a Trump Republican. It's MAGA all day, every day. MAGA dollar is strong. But if I'm being honest, a helicopter was shot down. What does that say about what's going on in Iran? An American helicopter was shot down. And then the pilots had to be rescued by drone. So they weren't rescued by other Americans. They didn't send in any other soldiers. And so when we talk about Carg Island, this is some real shit we getting into this morning. This thing has changed. Some people say certain things are psyops, and a lot of shit has transpired. Trump admits to that we are secretly removing oil from Iran in the Straits of Hormuz. How many people knew that? Trump admits that we are secretly and currently removing oil from the Straits of Hormuz. I'm like, and this is Trump. And so that's one thing. Then Trump comes on Fox and says, I've always wanted to take Carg Island. This is Trump. I've always wanted to take Carg Island. And so when I say to you in the chat, Bibi versus Trump, is Bibi's Trump puppet. Trump and Bibi and Trump, this has nothing to do with Bibi. This has nothing to do with Israel. Trump and the Americans' designs on Iran, the Straits of Hormuz, and Karg Island being viable in this whole thing before you even knew and understood it. That's where we at today. That's where we at today. So we got a bombing campaign. We have a response. We have a bombing campaign. We have a response on the helicopter being shot down. And we got Trump admitting. That he always wanted Karg Island, and then we have the military analysis from ex-military saying if we go into Karg Island, it's troops on the ground. If we go into Karg Island, it's troops on the ground. So it's like when I come to you this morning and I say, are we okay as a people? Are we prepared for these young people who we may ask to forfeit their lives when they come home? Look how we're treating the governor of Maryland because we're so separate as a people. I've warned Americans. I said, do not fall for the Democratic ideology where Democrats want us all to be separated. And Democrats want you to look at everything through colored lenses. Democrats want you to view everything through partisan lenses. I said, don't do that. Don't do that because we are a people. We are a strong people. And we've built some unity and camaraderie here at the Perfect Timing Podcast, and I'm very proud of that. I just want to say to you guys, I'm very proud of you. You know, I love you guys. I love America. I love the president. Today is, these topics, very sensitive topics when we talk about conflict, geopolitical conflict, when we talk about, strikes. We talk about multiple strikes on Israel. When we talked before about Israel, today we're talking about Israel is beginning bombarded again. So when I say, is Israel behind this, it doesn't make sense to argue that Israel is the proprietors of this conflict. When America hasn't had any bombs, this generation, I keep bringing it up, this generation hasn't been touched. Is this generation prepared? But Israel is being bombarded. Over the weekend, Iran started bombing Israel again. Now, all of our life, even up until February 28th, we heard about the Iron Dome. When we went to Venezuela, Trump then went to our European partners, our NATO allies, and said to our NATO allies, I believe what he said to our NATO allies, listen to this. I believe what he said to our NATO allies is Iran, you're having a problem. Right now in Europe, right now in Ireland and Europe, they're rioting. I've talked about why we shouldn't support NATO. I've talked about the separation that Europe is going through. The fact of Brexit, the fact of the Europe and the UK no longer being part of the European Union, all of the separation, all of the mass immigration. As my argument as why we shouldn't be involved in European or UK or British politics, not monetarily, not in any shame or way. They canceled. They were building a plane together, Germany, and they were trying to work together on war efforts. They canceled that. They can't even work together. So I'm saying, who are we supporting with our NATO dollars if they won't even work together? So right now in Europe, so we go to Venezuela, then we go to, I believe when we went to our European partners and we said Greenland, I believe Trump said Iran is getting out of control. You're dealing with this Muslim immigration and violence. Your people are not safe, i.e. the riots right now in Ireland. A Sudanese tried to decapitate a Sudanese immigrant. Have you heard about this? A Sudanese immigrant tried to decapitate. They're rioting right now, burning and blowing up things. Tommy just did I just covered Tommy doing a protest just 2 weeks ago, over 1 million people. Brexit. Stop immigration. Because they keep stabbing up white people. The Muslims keep stabbing up white people in Europe. White people don't feel safe in Europe because the Muslims keep stabbing them up. I talked about this. I said we can't be giving money to NATO. They can't even get along. They are coming apart at the seams. So I believe when we went to Venezuela and then we went to our European NATO allies and partners and said, yo, we need Iceland, Greenland, whatever the fuck, so we can build this protection because we about to go to Iran, because just like y'all are dealing with this shit, we dealing with this shit, and we got to fix this shit. And Europe was scared. Europe, when we went to Europe and we said we need Greenland because the dome would have protected everybody. That was America spending money not only for us, but the dome would have protected everybody. So right then, Europe was like, nah, we not with you with Iran, and we not with you with the dome, because if you build the dome, that may signal, check this out, if you take Greenland, if we agree with you on this Greenland thing in this golden dome, who are you building it to protect you from? Iran. That may signal to Iran that we have issues with the IR. And bitch, we do. Bitch, we do. But no, they didn't support us. They didn't support us. So right now, they got riots. You got Newark, you got Portland, and you got Sudanese. I wish this was like fake news. I wish Europe was not having a problem with Muslim immigrants. I wish there was another word, maybe in the chat, because people love to come here and correct me. So maybe in the chat, you guys could have a better term or better word for what Europe is dealing with. Maybe they're African immigrants, Arabian, Middle Eastern immigrants, but they damn sure the majority of them are Muslim, but not just Muslim, but Shia, jihadists, where they want women to wear 3/4 of cloth, and they think everybody should be Muslim, so they stabbing people and they harassing white women who got on mini skirts. So I don't know what the fuck you want to call them, but they dealing with some real shit. They dealing with some real shit right now today. Hold on, fuck that. Let's go to that right now. Riots. Is it Ireland? Is it Ireland? Where are the riots at? Where's the riots at? Cause I'm not making this shit up. When we've been discussing why the hell are we in European politics? And my argument is they are not together. They don't know what the fuck is going on. They can't agree. Why is America wasting money? Why is America protecting someone who is not even able to get along with? Like, nah, bro. Ain't no way in hell we supposed to be spending or wasting money in Europe, UK, whatever the hell it is. They burning right now. They are on fire. They are on fire right now, today.
As a very
y'all think it's just Carmelo Anthony. Y'all think, no, this is globally. We are having strife. When I say, are we going to be okay? It's real. Are we going to be okay is real. It doesn't feed the evil, but it's real. Are we going to be okay is real.
When a European city burns, Western media has a very polished narrative. They call it unrest or tensions boiling over. But let's call a spade a spade. Belfast is not boiling, it's burning. In the last 48 hours, Northern Ireland has descended into absolute chaos. Masked men are marching through neighborhoods, knocking on doors, looking for immigrants. Why? Because of an incident that happened on Monday night. A 44-year-old disabled resident was brutally stabbed in North Belfast. The victim remains in the hospital in stable condition, but the suspect caught at the scene is a 30-year-old asylum seeker from Sudan. And this happened on the 8th of June. Now, let me give you more context. Belfast is the capital of Northern Ireland, which is a part of the United Kingdom. And the stabbing attack happened in North Belfast. Like I told you, the incident happened on Monday night. By Tuesday, videos of the horrific crime had gone viral. And before the police could process the paperwork, the internet added fuel to the fire. Hundreds of anti-immigrant groups weaponized the horror. They issued a rallying cry against migrants and turned the crime into a license for racial warfare. The protest turned violent quickly. Homes and vehicles of immigrants were set ablaze on Tuesday and Wednesday. Take a look. At least 16 protesters have been arrested. More than 12 police officials are wounded. Locals are living in fear. Many of them were directly impacted by the rioting. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has called the incident horrific. Northern Ireland's authorities have condemned the targeting of immigrants, and yet the anti-immigrant rioting continues. For the rioters on the streets of Belfast, it does not matter if you're a coder from India, a nurse from Kenya, a Ukrainian refugee, or a legal resident living in Belfast for years. Everyone is fair game, all in the name of anti-migrant sentiments.
Yeah, I mean, I assume because like it's a street where like lots of immigrants live, you know. Yeah, and like I assume like yeah, people aren't really friendly for like specific like ethnic groups.
And look at their reasons for rioting. Illegal invasion by migrants, erasure of European culture, and no jobs or housing because of migrants. Let me debunk these for you. Northern Ireland has a population of 1.93 million, of which just about 2,000 are asylum seekers, and ethnic minorities account for roughly 3% of the total population. Clearly, there is no invasion by migrants, nor is European culture under threat. Though it looks like what really irks these protesters isn't numbers, but hard work, because Indians and Asians are among the wealthiest in Northern Ireland. They continuously outperform others in higher education, employment, and professional pay. Which brings me to the critical question. Where does the Indian diaspora stand in this crisis? There are roughly 10,000 Indian origin people living in Northern Ireland, and the vast majority live in the capital, that is, Belfast. But these are not people living on food stamps and state subsidies. The Indian community is mostly doctors, nurses, IT specialists, small business owners. And they're all now living in fear.
The fact that people in Northern Ireland are being targeted because of the colour of their skin should sicken every right-thinking citizen of the United Kingdom.
What we are witnessing in Belfast is not an isolated glitch. It's a symptom of a much larger far-right populist sentiment that is growing in Europe. Anti-immigrant narrative is growing in Germany, Hungary, France, and the UK. For decades, Europe imported foreigners to prop their demographics and tax bases. But they failed to invest in social infrastructure like housing, schools, and policing. Now the bill is due, and Europe's populist parties are cashing in, heavily influenced by social media. Each criminal incident involving a foreigner is being amplified and converted into a trigger event leading to mass chaos. The irony is that European capitals love to lecture others on human rights and tolerance. Though it looks like the time has come for Europe to look within its house of glass.
So just letting you know, we got violence in Iran. I don't know if y'all knew about that. Ireland is on fire. Ireland is on fire. You don't really hear a lot about it because it's too many parallels.
Skilled nursing facilities are a lifeline, providing quality medical care to vulnerable patients.
There's too many parallels with America, what's going on in America right now, so you don't hear about it. But I think when I'm asking you guys, are you okay? Do you guys understand? My goal is to prepare you. There's a lot of gamesmanship going on right now, and a lot of people are having fun, and a lot of people are joking. I think we need to be prepared. And even if you believe in the Bible, anybody living long enough, I think y'all need to be prepared, man. Anybody living long enough, we need to be prepared. Something big is coming, and just the way people are just joking about serious things, let me know, like, God in the Bible don't work that way. God in the Bible, the way people are acting over serious topics, I don't think anybody expected Trump to come out and say Carg Island, but you should have. What in my chat? I just highlighted in my chat. Shout out to my chat, W in the chat. My chat is on top of it. They already said, shout out to, who was that in the chat, man? W chat. They talked about the previous general and how many people wanted to go, and Carg Island always being part of the deal. If you understand what my chat highlighted, that Wesley Clark, former U.S. general, that's capped for life. If you understand what the chat is saying, then you got to understand something that I haven't even really talked about that's really serious this morning. That troops on the ground was always on the table. Number one, it's not about Israel. Number one, what we're doing is not about Israel. And troops on the ground was always on the table. Are we ready to admit that? That's some big boy talk this morning. It's not about Israel. Israel didn't force us to go there. And if we're honest about Carg Island and Americans' ambitions and designs on the Straits of Hormuz, boots on the ground was always. So are we prepared for that? Because it's our sons and daughters. We the old fogies. And are these kids prepared to come home and be the next leaders of the generation? Before we get into that, let's finish with the riots in Ireland, because I need people to understand what's going on globally. We talk about domestic and geopolitics. And right now, a lot of people are focused on Texas. And they think that it's just this conflict is only no. Ireland is on fire. Ireland is on fire. Let's go to it right now.
Gathered for a second night of protests in parts of Belfast. The demonstrations come after a man in northern Belfast, 44-year-old Stephen Ogilvie, was attacked with a knife by a Sudanese immigrant, where he lost his left eye. The suspect has since been charged with attempted murder. Our Ireland correspondent, Chris Page, has more from Belfast, and a warning: his report contains some distressing images.
This is usually one of the busiest junctions on a main route out of Belfast. But tonight, Sandy Knowes roundabout was the latest front line for the police. They were faced with at least 200 people. Officers were attacked with bricks, and rioters burned this vehicle. Police used water cannon to try to drive away the crowd. Yesterday, there were hours of flames, destruction and intimidation, much of it directed at migrants. In the north and east of the city, several homes were set alight and some families were led to safety by the emergency services. This morning, blackened shells of houses told the story of a terrifying night.
Last night was an act of self-harm by the people involved against the incredible communities in Northern Ireland. This has got to stop. We cannot have a society that allows this to happen. We have to make a stand. So please, no more.
The trouble broke out 24 hours after the stabbing in North Belfast. A video circulated online showed some people confronting the alleged attacker before police arrived. The victim, Stephen Ogilvie, lost an eye and suffered other injuries to his neck and back. The Prime Minister has condemned the rioting and the knife attack.
I want to thank the Police Service of Northern Ireland and other first responders and members of the public who responded with such bravery. And our thoughts are with the victim. But let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. The acts of violence and arson that followed are totally unjustified.
In a statement, the family of Stephen Ogilvie said they wanted to profoundly thank the local people who bravely stepped in during the attack. They said, "Your quick actions absolutely saved his life, and we will never forget what you did for him in that moment." They went on, "We do not want this terrible tragedy to be used to divide people or fuel hostility." This morning, a Sudanese man appeared before Belfast Magistrates Court charged over the stabbing. 30-year-old Hadi Aladid is accused of attempted murder. He's also charged with threatening to kill an NHS radiographer in a hospital. The suspect was remanded into custody. Meanwhile, concerns about further street protests and violence led to this.
Rush hour has come early in Belfast today. It's only lunchtime now, but the roads are noticeably full of people heading home because schools, businesses and other workplaces have closed early.
Public transport stopped too. The city centre was eerily empty by 2 o'clock, with shop windows shuttered and people reflecting on the last 2 days.
There's a terrible hush over the whole city. It is very depressing. It is very sad. What happened to that poor man was absolutely disgusting. But what's going on now, there's absolutely no need for it whatsoever.
Reminds me of the bad old days, you know, in a sense.
The conflict in Northern Ireland?
Well, yeah, these sort of things happened back then. Shops closed early, people were going home early.
The trouble tonight isn't as widespread or large scale as 24 hours ago. But these scenes are still deeply worrying for police, politicians and many communities. Chris Page, BBC News, Belfast.
So let me see what I got for you guys. So a savage knife attack on a Northern Ireland street set off 2 nights of fiery riots stoked by anti-migrant rhetoric. The suspect, a 30-year-old Sudanese man who had claimed asylum in the United Kingdom, has been charged with attempted unaliving, threatening to unalive a second person and carrying a knife. Protests over the attack flared into violence in Belfast and several other areas. Masked men set fire to several homes they believe to be houses of migrants, immigrants, torched a bus and pelted police with rocks and other objects. The government said more than 24 people lost their homes and 12 police officers were injured in what Northern Ireland security Hilary Benn on Thursday called a racist thuggery. A video captured the event. Hadi Alidi used a kitchen knife to blind Stephen Ogilvie in the left eye and carved deep wounds in his head, face, and back, police said. Graphic footage of the event and the response of a passerby who subdued the attacker spread quickly on social media. As Aldid was being treated for a hand wound, he threatened to unalive a radiologist. He said, "I've unalived someone. I don't know if they're unalived," Aldid told medical staff, according to the detective who spoke in court. Police have not revealed a motive for the attack, but said it's not believed to be terrorism. Aldid did not enter a plea during the court appearance Wednesday and was ordered held until the next hearing. So this is not Texas. This is not Frisco. This is in Belfast, Ireland. And the result is 2 days of fires and burnings and people hunting immigrants, and 12 immigrants have lost their homes in Ireland today.
Well, we can speak with Greg McKenzie from our London newsroom. Greg, we heard there the authorities condemning the acts of those protesting, but it's clear to see that immigration very much a hot button issue, not just in Belfast.
Well, absolutely. Now, immigration has become an increasingly contentious issue, both online and in communities across the UK. And you've seen how quickly information can be spread, and more importantly, how misinformation can be spread online, which will be attributed to the protests we have seen in Northern Ireland over the last 2 days. Now, in the case that followed on Monday, and this unrest and that knife attack in Belfast, police later released details of the 30-year-old suspect, Hadi Alidi, who was originally from Sudan, who was since appeared in court, charged with attempted murder of Stephen Ogilvie, who suffered life-changing injuries, as you heard in that report there. Now, his family have come out and have issued another statement tonight asking for calm. They've simply said that they were releasing another statement because they've said they've been forced to put out another statement after witnessing a lot of false information that's been put out on social media. They've also appealed for peaceful protest as the only way forward and said that there were many migrants who make a deeply valuable contribution to our society. Now, in terms of political leaders and the police,
even in the eyes of all of this, still got liberal ideology, migrants, the person sought asylum. The Sudanese person that tried to carve up Ireland, native person to Ireland, was carved up by somebody who sought asylum. What does that mean? That means he needed help. That means Ireland and the Irish people helped him out. Just like the damn Somalians who had TPS, temporary protection, and then they steal $19 billion. Everybody right now hit the like button and subscribe. And when you subscribe, you're going to get a plus sign. We got the Somalian special right now. We are the world. We are the children. Somalians came here and stole 19 billion. 19 billion. They built leering centers, but the children didn't lear shit. And Ilhan Omar stole 30 million. How much? 30 million. Listen to this shit again, man.
Out and have issued another statement tonight asking for calm. They've simply said that they were releasing another statement because they said they've been forced to put out another statement after witnessing a lot of false information that's been put out on social media. They've also appealed for peaceful protest as the only way forward and said that there were many migrants who make a deeply valuable contribution to our society.
So even in the eyes of this violence, we got to hear from liberals, even in the eyes of this violence, liberals got to say migrants are contributing. What have they contributed? Knives and stab wounds and shit like that? Is that the contribution? Because that's what this migrant contributed, was a knife and a stab wound. That was his contribution. Knife, knife, knife. Stab, stab, stab. Carve, carve, carve. That was his contribution. So I don't know what they mean by contribution, but that's the contribution. I just wanted to highlight the global strife that we're dealing with around the world. This is in Ireland. This is right now today. We have 2 days of burning, 12 houses burnt down to the ground. We have police who have been injured. And this is all because a Sudanese man who had claimed asylum in Ireland tried to carve up an Irishman. And I bring this up in the context of Tommy and Brexit and NATO and Iran and Bibi and Karg Island. Just to frame the geopolitical climate, because I don't think people really understand the geopolitical climate that we're dealing with right now. I promise you they don't. I promise you they don't. When we talk about NATO and America pulling out of NATO, I promise you they don't understand why we don't need to be in NATO. Look at what's going on. And it could be callous on my part, but look at what's going on in the EU, in the UK, in Ireland. They need to get their own house in order before they ask for help from America and American tax dollars. Because we have no idea. When they are feuding amongst themselves, we have no idea what their goals are. Individually, I said Germany was in a deal to make a military plane together, and then they just back out of the deal. See, because they have different designs. This is what led to the last World War conflict, because now everybody is becoming polarized, and it's not just that everyone is, but different designs. See, Starmer has different designs. Macron has different designs. This is why they're pissed at the Russia deal, because they're not at the table. They won't benefit. This is what's breaking down NATO. They won't benefit in Gaza. Specifically, they won't benefit in Gaza, in the West Bank. They won't benefit in Russia, in the Donbass. They won't benefit in Straits of Hormuz, in China. They won't benefit. They won't benefit. And that's what they have, their own designs. And it's not just selfishly, but the Europe has demographic and geopolitical hurdles. France has demographic and geopolitical hurdles, and they understand what a more powerful Russia means to them 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the line. That's what this is about. What Russia and what Putin are Putin's subsidiary to a France, to a Europe, to a UK who doesn't have nuclear, who doesn't have military. See, they have their own designs. Spain, the free rider, they can't protect themselves. So we in MAGA, we understand why Europe is shitting and having a fit. But this is why we argue, let them fix their house, get their own house in order. They are literally on fire. They are literally on fire. In case you didn't know, because I know you've been focused. Everybody's been hyper-focused. Everybody's been hyper-focused on what's domestically going on. So you don't know too much about what's going on the geo front. But there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. And we just here to bring you the news. Perfect Time to Podcast. Hit the like button. Like, share, and subscribe. #1 podcast on YouTube for domestic and geopolitical debate. Get in the chat. Debate. Give us your news. Anti-immigrant violence broke out in Belfast after stabbing attack on Tuesday. Check it out. 2 days of fires. And y'all think this is unique to America. It's not. Two days. Look at this.
I was in my house with my children, and the smoke came in. And then my kid started to ask me, Daddy, where is smoke coming from? I didn't know how to tell the children.
So immigrants like the one we just saw, houses have been targeted. So we have a violent event in Ireland, and then following that violent event, we have migrants and immigrants targeted, homes targeted, cars, neighborhoods, 12 houses in total. This is today, the last 2 days. Y'all been watching Frisco, Texas? This is what's happening in Ireland, in Belfast.
If the girl who hit my mom had chosen to...
Well, shit, God. Well, shit. Well, if you just wanted to do the commercial, just do the fucking commercial. Don't fucking buffer me.
Protests erupted in Northern Ireland yesterday after graphic footage of a stabbing attack in the capital, Belfast, was shared widely online. A Sudanese man has been charged with attempted murder following the attack. Right-wing commentators and online critics, including billionaire Elon Musk, posted about the attack, and they called for protests against immigration hours before the violence erupted. NPR's Fatima Al-Qusab reports from London.
One video shows a young boy and his parents being led out of their home by firefighters as houses and cars burn around them. A bus was also set on fire, and footage shows masked men setting garbage cans alight. Politicians had called for calm after a video of a stabbing attack in Belfast circulated on social media. Northern Ireland's First Minister Michelle O'Neill said that groups of masked men were burning families out of their homes and called it outright thuggery. And she warned that there were dangerous attempts to exploit the stabbing attack. The violence erupted hours after right-wing commentators from England and the United States, including billionaire and ex-owner Elon Musk, had posted about the Belfast knife attack and called on people to protest against immigration. Fatima Al-Qusab, NPR News, London.
I'm Corva Coleman, NPR News. For more of today's news, check out NPR News Now, wherever you listen to podcasts.
So we just bringing y'all the breaking news that we have riots in Ireland for the past 2 days. Violent event happened.
This is one of the neighborhoods in Belfast targeted during Tuesday night's riots. On this street, multiple vehicles burned. You can see this one here. Over here, there's another burned car, and houses too, they were set on fire, burning on both sides of the street. Police officers actually rushed in to try to help families evacuate. You have families from a number of different backgrounds living on the street. And there's a number of people here that we saw this morning packing up their suitcases, leaving the street. Police have said that they've launched prosecutions against 100 people that were involved in the riots last night, and they have warned that there will be more officers out on the street in Belfast throughout the week, warning that what happened Tuesday night, the level of violence, cannot be repeated.
We will deal with this. We will be on the streets tonight in numbers even more than we were last night, and we have got arrangements in hand to get mutual aid that will be arriving here tomorrow. And we're looking to get a further some 200 officers to get on the streets to deal with this.
Last 2 days, fires erupt in Ireland, and we got, let's read it again. Let's get the details. Let me get y'all the details. What we know about the stabbing that set off fiery riots in Northern Ireland. Double tap at the like button. I'm coming to you live from Belfast. What we know about the stabbing that set off fiery riots in Northern Ireland. A savage knife attack on a Northern Ireland street set off 2 nights of fiery riots stoked by anti-migrant rhetoric. The suspect, a 30-year-old Sudanese man who had claimed asylum in the United Kingdom, has been charged with the attempted unaliving and threatening to unalive a second person and carrying a knife. Protests over the attack flared into violence in Belfast and several other areas. Masked men set fire to several homes that believed to be houses of immigrants, torched a bus, and pelted police with rocks and other objects. The government said more than 24 people lost their homes and 12 police officers were injured in what Northern Ireland security Hillary Benn on Thursday called racist thuggery. Here are some things to know about the attack and its aftermath. Hadi Alodid used a kitchen knife to blind Stephen Ogilvie in the left eye and carved deep wounds into his head, face, and back. Police said graphic footage of the stabbing and the response of passersby who subdued the attacker spread quickly on social media. As Alodid was being treated for a hand wound, he threatened to unalive the radiologist. I've unalived someone, quote, I've unalived someone. I don't know if they're unalived or not, Alodid told the medical staff. According to the detective, he spoke in court. Police have not revealed a motive for the attack, but said it's believed not to be terrorism. Oh, Alodid did not enter a plea during the court appearance Wednesday and was ordered held until the next hearing. Live from Belfast, arrest leads to protests and violence. Officials at the crime urged protesters to maintain order and civility, but groups dressed in black hoods and masks threw bricks, rocks, and stones at police, set fire to trash bins, and burned vehicles and homes. When the attack happened on Monday night, we knew this would be coming. Mohammed, a Sudanese refugee who helped families forced from their homes Tuesday, told BBC, everyone is terrified. We're keeping our kids at home. Violence flared again Wednesday, though on a smaller scale. Police water cannons at protesters outside Belfast who hurled bricks, hunks of stone at them that they had torn from garden walls and patios. 2 officers were injured by firebombs in Belfast as a result of the violent event. Just to give you some political landscape, what's going on around the world. What's going on around the world? Let's go around the world. Let's go around the world before we get to Carg Island. Now, let's go to Guatemala. Let's go to Guatemala. Because we doing big things in this Trump administration. Double tap, hit the like button. I just got you the news from Ireland. How many Irish Americans in the chat like the reporting that I just did? Because I know a lot of people from Ireland, in Scotland, you know what I'm saying? You haven't been hearing about what's going on in your homeland because there's so much propaganda on the news in America. So I just did an update I just did an update of what's going on in Ireland, in the Ireland riots. They've been on fire. I'm linking it to NATO. I'm linking it to Brexit. If you know about Brexit, if you know about the EU and what they did to open the border, similar to Biden, and now look at what's going on in Ireland. I mean, you got what they've explained through the reports is that the immigrants and the people who are not native to Ireland are the only people with money. Don't that sound familiar? So all of your doctors, all of your wealthy people are Indian and Muslim immigrants. So it's creating animosity because the liberal ideology brought in these migrants to do these things, but then at the same time, they did not spend money. Did you hear the report? This is the same thing going on in America. They focused on immigration to get in high-profile immigrants to do the high-profile jobs, but failed to invest the taxpayer dollars. Remember, we started off today's podcast talking about America taking in $5 trillion in taxes. And they failed to invest the money back into Irish people, back into schools, back into training, so Irish people can become doctors, become wealthy, and homeowners. Instead, guess what the Democrats and liberals do? They keep the money for themselves, and the only people who are doctors and wealthy in Ireland don't look like typical traditional Irish. Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about a bitch? Don't that sound familiar to anybody? Trump officials indict Guatemalans for smuggling migrant children and hunt for 300,000 missing. Oh my goodness, man. I mean, it's a hard time in America right now. The case in Northern Ohio exposed abuse of sponsorship system with the Trump administration identifying over 15,000 super sponsor cases potentially linked to trafficking. Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen revealed that of the 450,000 to 475,000 unaccompanied children placed with sponsors from 2021 to 2025, officials have located 146,000, leaving nearly 300,000 unaccounted for. What? Mullen, a father of 6, cited reports of children enduring horrific abuse and pledged to move heaven and hell to find them, pushing back against resistance in sanctuary cities. Wouldn't you know it? Like Newark, where we have protests. Like Newark, where we have protests at the Delaney facility, where we have migrant and immigrants housed who have actually SA'd young people, literally. And you have Americans protesting outside. You want them free in your neighborhood? I don't want them free in my neighborhood. Look at these numbers. For everybody protesting outside of the Delaney Center in Newark, New Jersey, all of the people being paid to protest, being bussed in from Portland, we're going to talk about that later, bussed in from Portland, 300,000 children missing. And I showed you the charges of the people inside the Delaney Center, and you want to know why we got these things going on with ICE, and we need these people. Biden and Kamala opened the border. 10 million people by modest attempts. And you start 20 million people by conservative numbers. Even the Democrat, y'all said something was wrong with him. I don't know what's wrong with him, but I like him. You know that Democrat with the bald head? He got like a brain injury. He said, at the highest height, when the border was open, 300,000 people a day. It's a Democrat. I know the number is so big, it sounds outlandish, it sounds salacious, but it's not a MAGA number, right? This is coming from a Democrat. Your party says when Biden left the border open and he couldn't close it, remember Kamala said, don't come. They couldn't close the border, 300,000 in one day. Now we can't find 300,000 children. I wonder why. I wonder why. And what about the sponsorships that pisses me off is when you see sponsorship, you need to know government money. Not only are children missing, but these people got paid. Sponsorships. What do you mean who's sponsored? And sponsored mean money.
And you start hearing the absolute horrific things that took place underneath the Biden administration, under true neglect at best and criminal at worst, to allow 450,000 kids to go missing throughout this country. President Trump has made it a point to go find these kids. And because of our partnership with HHS and DOJ, Department of Homeland Security, truly using the best of the best, to which the Democrats sometimes want to demonize, because a lot of times this is ICE, this is HSI, this is CBP. These individuals that the Democrats seem to want to defund, but because of President Trump, we finally funded them for 3 years. We're able to push and go find these kids. We found 146,000 kids so far. 146,000 kids. We still have nearly 300,000 missing. We're investigating reports to where some of these kids claim that they were raped 600 to 700 times. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you have kids, if you don't have kids. I don't care if you're a liberal, you're independent, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican. If you can't stand for law enforcement to go find these kids, who are you?
Who are you? Clown. Who are you, clown? Who are you, clown? If you don't understand the importance of this story, if you don't understand law enforcement going after these type of people, who are you? I got to hear that again, just for the troll. Who are you? If you don't understand, if you can't hear that this is about police officers saving children, if you laugh at that, if you think that's funny, who are you?
And you start hearing the absolute horrific things that took place underneath the Biden administration, under true neglect at best and criminal at worst, to allow 450,000 kids to go missing throughout this country. President Trump has made it a point to go find these kids. And because of our partnership with HHS and DOJ, Department of Homeland Security, truly using the best of the best, to which the Democrats sometimes want to demonize, because a lot of times this is ICE, this is HSI, this is CBP. These individuals that the Democrats seem to want to defund, but because of President Trump, we finally funded them for 3 years. We're able to push and go find these kids. We found 146,000 kids so far. 146,000 kids. We still have nearly 300,000 missing. We're investigating reports to where some of these kids claim that they were raped 600 to 700 times. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you have kids, if you don't have kids. I don't care if you're a liberal, you're independent, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican. If you can't stand for law enforcement to go find these kids, who are you?
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. And this happened under Biden, and here it is, Trump and MAGA cleaning up Biden's mess again. And if you could troll and make a joke about officers finding missing children, who are you? This is a great,
and you start
another great man, another great hire by President Trump. Another great man, another great hire by President Trump. We are talking about DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen reveals some children have been trafficked across America, and going into details that during the Biden administration, Biden allowed over 450,000 children to go missing. And we still got 300,000 missing. And he's saying that Trump has given him the money and the initiative to go find the kids. And I think we should celebrate that. And he said it shouldn't be partisan. Finding these children should not be partisan. I agree.
Of the worst. You know, I tell people that I haven't quit smiling since I've been Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, but I have to take that back, because when we start digging into these cases and you start hearing the absolute horrific things that took place underneath the Biden administration, under true neglect at best and criminal at worst, to allow 450,000 kids to go missing throughout this country. President Trump has made it a point to go find these kids. And because of our partnership with HHS and DOJ, Department of Homeland Security, truly using the best, which the Democrats sometimes want to demonize, because a lot of times this is ICE, this is HSI, this is CBP. These individuals that the Democrats seem to want to defund, but because of President Trump, we finally funded them for 3 years.
Awesome.
We're able to push and go find these kids. We found 146,000 kids so far. 146,000 kids. We still have nearly 300,000 missing. We're investigating reports to where some of these kids claim that they were raped 600 to 700 times. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you have kids, if you don't have kids. I don't care if you're a liberal, you're independent, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican. If you can't stand for law enforcement to go find these kids, who are you? Who are you? Every leader should understand what's going on. And do you know where we're finding the most of them? Sanctuary cities. Because they know they're safe.
God, dog. And you wanted to joke. Let me clarify. Let's get a clarification. Let's get a clarification, because people come in, they go, and they come and they go, and they only be here for 40 seconds. They don't have the mind state to really stay with the topic, but they think they're smart enough to leave a comment. Like, they think their comment is intelligent, but they don't have enough patience to stay in the chat more than 40 seconds. But they think they're intelligent enough to drop some science on the chat in this podcast that's growing exponentially every day. We got thousands of subscribers, millions of views, but you think you're smart enough in 10 seconds. Anyway, just a recap for everybody watching who just now tuning in. For the 40-second viewer, who's only here for 40 seconds to drop their truth bomb because they're so smart, you're probably a man with a micro penis. But let me give you a recap. Trump officials indict Guatemalans for smuggling migrant children, and then they hunt for 300,000 missing. The case in Northern Ohio exposed the abuse of a sponsorship system, with the Trump administration identifying over 15,000 super sponsors, cases potentially linked to trafficking. Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen revealed that 450,000 to 475,000 unaccompanied children placed with sponsors from 2021 to 2025, officials have located just under 150,000. So there was a question in the chat about how these numbers came about. Well, genius, during the Obama, during the Clinton, during the Biden, Kamala administration, they opened the border. And on the modest numbers, 10 million people came across. Yes, there were children. Yes, there were pregnant women who gave birth to children. Yes, there were broken families. 10 million people. I said 300,000 a day. 300,000 a day. Those are Democratic numbers. And the 10 million is a Democratic number. If you ask MAGA Republicans, we say 20 million. 20 million came across the border under Biden. It's not just these kids. It's the people from Yemen. It's the people from Afghanistan who are driving tractor-trailer trucks with CDL license on Highway 99 in Lodi, unaliving people. The people getting licenses in Minnesota. So yeah, 10 million by Democratic numbers, but MAGA, 20 million. 10 million by Democratic numbers, 300,000 a day, 20 million by MAGA numbers. This is just the babies. Oh, you forgot? You forgot Biden opened the border, handed out water, told border patrols, stand down. The problem was Biden didn't have logistics. Biden didn't have logistics. I am a logistics major. I am a project manager by trade. See, we did mass immigration before. When did we do mass immigration? We did it successfully. In America, we know how to do mass immigration. Anybody know? Bring me you're tired, you're cold, you're hungry, Statue of Liberty. Everybody got processed through a facility in New York. What was the name of the facility? Ellis Island. There was no processing facility. There was no plan. There was no doctors for the pregnant women. There was nothing for the sick children. There were no bathrooms. He opened the border with no logistics. He opened the border with no logistics. One of my favorite movies is The Godfather. A lot of people like The Godfather, right? Godfather 1 and 2, some people like Godfather 2 the best. He was processed through Ellis Island and then quarantined. He was quarantined. Why was Vito quarantined? He was quarantined because it was a smallpox outbreak. So we just had, Biden opens the border. We never talk about this. We never talk about this. Hooray Democrat, hooray Biden, vote for Kamala again like an idiot. They opened the border right after COVID. It's just like with the smallpox, but except there was no Ellis Island, there was no processing facility, there were no doctors to quarantine people who potentially may have had diseases that are foreign to America and could hurt American citizens. Nope, Biden just opened the fucking border. Come on in. We're not going to process you. We're not going to ask you, are you a criminal? Have you been arrested? Have you hurt children? Have you hurt women? Are you sick? Oh, you need to get quarantined and you need to get processed. We didn't do that. We just opened the border. And let me read it. Democratic Senator John Fetterman stated that 300,000 migrants showing up at the border in a single month was unacceptable and constituted chaos. He made this remark while criticizing past border management, highlighting that such high numbers are nationally a national security issue. Monthly crossings, the senator comment referred to U.S. Custom Border and Protection data, which recorded over 300,000 migrant encounters at the southern border in December of 2023. The 300,000 figure is frequently cited in political discussions regarding the Department of Homeland Security report detailing an inability to track roughly 300,000 unaccompanied migrant children who crossed the border. So I just wanted to get those facts for you guys. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. So we going over this horrific case and the great Trump administration and what they're doing about these numbers of children missing that happened under the Biden administration when they opened the border and allowed our borders to be flooded with migrants. You know, the most powerful thing that he just read, the most powerful thing that he read is that not only do we have almost 500,000 children missing, but that we're finding most of these children in sanctuary cities, because they know that they're safe. And again, I like to reiterate, sanctuary city policies are unconstitutional, therefore illegal and not based in law.
So for years, open border policies threatened the security of our nation and put countless lives at risk. Under President Trump's leadership, the Department of Justice is working alongside HHS and DHS to secure the border and protect American communities. There's a lot of ways that we do this. It includes punishing those who exploited the system and smuggled unaccompanied children across the border during the prior administration. More than 475,000 unaccompanied children entered the United States during the Biden administration. 475,000. Over 300,000 cannot be accounted for at the end of 2024. The way that this happened was typically because the criminals calling themselves sponsors trafficked these children to the border, usually committing fraud to do so. And oftentimes the children were abused, assaulted, and certainly exploited. In some cases, individuals would sponsor multiple children, which required them to lie to government personnel and on government forms, claiming they were close relatives when in fact they were not. They would use fake or stolen identities and make other false claims during the application process in order to obtain custody of the children. I think I'm stating the obvious that when government fails to protect our borders, it is the most vulnerable who suffer. And this department and this administration has zero tolerance for unlawful activity and is committed to protecting children who suffered the consequences of open borders. Today, we are announcing the indictments of 3 individuals: Maritza Kawik Koch, her brother, Carlos Agustin Kawik Koch, and Gladys Marina Call Chen. This was out of the Northern District of Ohio. All 3 are illegal aliens from Guatemala who allegedly took part in a wide-ranging conspiracy to smuggle more than a dozen children into the United States by scamming the system and exploiting the loopholes created by the last administration. This is one example, one indictment, but it is not unique. There are over 15,500 super sponsor cases that we have identified along with DHS. And again, these super sponsor cases are when somebody sponsors more than 3 children, unrelated, and they're unaccompanied minors that come in the United States. I also want to announce today from the same district in Ohio, the Northern District, the sentencing of another criminal illegal alien who was convicted, also from Guatemala. He was a 27-year-old man who came to the United States, smuggled in a 14-year-old child by submitting false paperwork and lying on the forms, claiming to be her brother, proceeded to sexually assault this young woman. And these 2 cases, while only 2, help explain how what was going on is really the stuff of nightmares. Now, these charges brought by the Department of Justice show the important partnership between HHS and DHS and with the Department of Justice. All of us are going after those who illegally brought children to this country.
These numbers are, this is horrible news. This is, so people, so you guys are asking questions, but I love the questions. Thank you, chat.
So for years,
even the people,
open border policies threaten the security of our nation. And
even the people disagreeing with us, I thank you for your question and your commentary, because some of the things you asked, he answered. Some of the people were like, well, what about the children? And why are you looking for the children? Is this really about the children? Yeah, it is. And then they asked, well, how and why? He just explained. Let's listen to this last part again, because a lot of people were saying, is this really about the children? Why are you calling children missing? Listen to this last part and tell me if you think this 14-year-old child should be saved or not, because it sounds like you don't want the 14-year-old children to be saved. Let's listen to this last part to help you understand why Trump wants to save these children and why they need to be saved.
That we have identified along with DHS. And again, these super sponsor cases are when somebody sponsors more than 3 children, unrelated, and they're unaccompanied minors that come in the United States. I also want to announce today from the same district in Ohio, the Northern District, the sentencing of another criminal illegal alien who was convicted, also from Guatemala. He was a 27-year-old man who came to the United States, smuggled in a 14-year-old child by submitting false paperwork and lying on the forms, claiming to be her brother, proceeded to sexually assault this young woman. And these 2 cases, while only 2, help explain how what was going on is really the stuff of nightmares. Now, these charges brought by the Department of Justice show the important partnership between HHS and DHS.
So that's a good question, Sky Young. And I'm not going to say what they doing, but Sky Young, what I would say is, if they did get sent back to their home country, whose fault is that? Because I get the liberal heart bleeds, right? The problem is, who's paying for your bleeding heart? Straight up, bro. I know I might sound like a dick, but who is paying for your bleeding heart? And whose fault is it? If I saved their life, it already cost me money to find you. Your own people is pimping you out. Did you hear the story? Her own people lied and pimped her out. So I got to save you from your own people. But I don't know who your mommy and daddy is, but then now you want me to pay and take care of you? How much money, the liberal ideology, how much money do you think we have, liberal? For your bleeding heart. I get it, bro. You have a big heart. You want us to go find the missing kids who are not American and then raise them with whose dollars? Straight up, bro, call me a dick, but answer the question. Call me a dick, but answer the question. With whose dollars? I get it, man. You think MAGA, you think conservative means smaller government. Yeah, there will be some pain. I get it, bro. You think I don't get it? You say this shit like conservatives don't get it, that there's pain. I said you could call me a dick, but someone has to be the boss. Someone has to be the dick, because how do you pay for it? How do you pay for it, bro? So we let in 10 to 20 million people, 500,000 kids go missing because these people who we let in have a different cultural background. They don't care about their fucking kids. We go find the kids because they pimping out their own kids. And the liberal ideology says we need to save these kids. What you mean by save is pay for. How much does it cost to raise a child? We're talking about 500,000 kids. You would bankrupt America. It's the same thing the Democrats suggest by saying that all 10 million of these motherfuckers should go to the same courtroom that me and you go to. You know what I say to Hakeem Jeffries? Hakeem Jeffries, I get the ideology that you think the Constitution extends to these people, but if we put these people through courtrooms that are already backed up, who pays for the DA? Who pays for the judge? Who pays for the bailiff? Who pays for the jail? And now we know they get 3 meals a day plus snacks. Who's paying for them to go through the same court system that Americans go through? And do we have the logistics? In Atlanta and Fulton County, they are backlogged to the fucking 90s with grape kits, and they are grapists running around Atlanta. They backlog hundreds of thousands. They can't get through the grape kits. So they got fucking people who victimize women and children. Never go to Atlanta. I would never go to Atlanta because they can't get through all the grape kits because they're so backlogged. In New York, they got people sitting on Rikers Island because they got so backlogged. How do you process now people who are not American citizens through the same court system? And it's not only logistically, how do you process, not just the numbers, how do you process them in them, but who pays for it? What's your liberal bleeding heart and ideology? Okay, you want to shut down ICE because all migrants and immigrants get to go to the same court as me and you. Get to see a judge, get the same adjudication. They were going to deportation judges before. They were seeing judges, they were getting due process before. But no, Hakeem Jeffries says they need to go to the same courtroom as me. Well, who gonna pay for it? It's the same question. Who gonna pay for the kids, bro? I understand your big heart, and I love you for having a big heart. I want some people in the country to have a big heart like you have. But who gonna pay for it? Who gonna pay for it? The Sky Young says, so they helping the children and not just deporting them, right? This is what I'm addressing. I'm addressing the comment on the screen because we're talking about Trump helping find over 500,000 children that went missing under the Biden administration when Joe Biden opened the border and up to 10 million at modest numbers. Somebody in my chat put 30 million, but I like to say 10 million because that's the Democratic numbers, and I like Fetterman. Yeah, MAGA likes Fetterman. Just like you like Marjorie Taylor Greene. I like Fetterman. So by Democratic numbers, I say modest numbers, 10 million people came here under Obama and Kamala. MAGA, we say 20 to 30 million. 500,000 children went missing. This story right now is about Trump finding the children. I don't know how you find something wrong with that. I don't know how you find something wrong with Trump finding the children. But that's what this story is about today. Trump finding the children. And so my brother Sky Young said, okay, they're finding the children, but then they're going to deport them. What I said is, Sky Young, I don't know if they're going to deport the children that they find. But I said, whose fault is it if they do? And if they don't, if your idea is that we keep the children in America, who's going to pay for it, Sky Young? When you have Zohrani Mamdani giving away every fucking thing and spending all of your fucking money, who's going to take care of them? That's what I'm saying. Who's going to take care of them? Where's the money going to? So this is what he's running into in New York. I know it sounds good to say, well, you got money from there, but you know what Zerani found out? There isn't the money. The money isn't just flowing. Huh? The money isn't just flowing. That's what Zerani Vandani found out. The money isn't just there. Oh, you have money. There's so much money. I'm going to do free buses. I'm going to do free childcare. I'm going to do free. No, I said when I started my podcast, do the youth of today know freedom is not free, dummy. Do the youth of today know freedom is not free, dummy? They don't know. That's why they signing up to be socialists. I want to be a socialist. Blue hair. Purple hair. I hate Trump. Socialism. No, what it is you're fucking lazy and you want a fucking handout because you've been given every fucking thing your whole fucking life. So socialism sounds pretty fucking sweet because it lets your fat purple hair protesting ass sit down and receive, because that's all the fuck you've been taught to do is fucking receive. And that's why everybody is a whiny fucking baby. I'm not receiving. Trump isn't giving. I'm not receiving. Trump isn't giving. I should be receiving. All I know how to do is receive. Shut the fuck up and sit down.
Before a House Oversight Committee, and he is there to answer questions about his ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The billionaire's name appears multiple times in the Epstein files, but he denies involvement in any criminal activity. Gates spoke to reporters before going into the hearing.
I'm glad to be here voluntarily to testify, to help with the committee's work. I'll start with an opening statement in the hearing room. I hope my testimony is helpful to the important work of the committee to find justice for the victims.
Now let's go live to CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian, who's outside the committee's closed doors right now. Nicole, thanks for your time. What do you know about the hearing so far?
Oh, my bad, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. I just did I'm a big time YouTuber. You know what I'm saying? So I just did a segue. I just went from the missing children and I just segued into Bill Gates and Epstein because somebody in the chat was talking about Trump and I just wanted to segue. Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah, I just segued into Bill Gates. How many people knew Bill Gates was testifying? There's a Bill Gates. How many people knew that Bill Gates? Yeah. So, Melinda Gates divorced Bill Gates, and Melinda Gates says she divorced Bill Gates because he kept hanging around with Epstein. Did you guys know that? Let me play this. Hold on, I gotta answer the phone.
Well, it just got underway a short time ago, and we did receive a copy of Bill Gates' opening statement. In that opening statement, he says, I want to state very clearly, I never witnessed nor had any indication that Epstein was engaged in ongoing criminal conduct. I never went to his island, his ranch, or his Florida home. He goes on to say, I've never victimized anyone, and then adds, while he may have sought to foster a personal relationship, I was never interested in that and never reciprocated. And now Gates goes on in that opening statement to say that he first met Jeffrey Epstein back in 2011, that their relationship spanned about 3 years until 2014, and that they had a series of conversations with respect to some of his philanthropic work around global health. He says that, a lot of that was aimed at potential donor meetings and trying to raise funds, although he never did so with money from Jeffrey Epstein. In fact, in his statement, he says that their conversations eventually reached a dead end. Now, it is worth pointing out that Bill Gates notes after that point, after he severed ties with Epstein, he says that he learned that Epstein became aware of, quote, sensitive information about his personal life, including the fact that he had been unfaithful in his marriage. He goes on to say, quote, these affairs had nothing to do with my interactions with Epstein,
Epstein, but they were painful for my family. And then he notes that he believes that Jeffrey Epstein was, quote, working to use information about my infidelities to, quote, pressure me to re-engage with him. So in essence, he's accusing Jeffrey Epstein, obviously, who is no longer with us, of trying to use this information about his extramarital affairs to try to re-engage him and pressure him back into some type of relationship. So that is what is coming out of Bill Gates' opening statement. Of course, we heard from a number of members of the House Oversight Committee ahead of this transcribed interview, which again is going on behind closed doors. It is not being videotaped. But in essence, Chairman James Comer told me ahead of this that anything is on the table with respect to Bill Gates. They obviously want a better understanding of the nature of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, which I just outlined in his opening statement. Democrats, of course, have many questions as well. So we do expect this to continue for several more hours.
And speaking of Chairman James Comer, Nicole, he also mentioned before the hearing that he wants to get some more people to testify. We've heard from several people already when it comes to this ongoing probe, but do we know who else could appear in this?
Yeah, that's right. Well, I would note that things have really been ramping up with the House Oversight Committee. I mean, it was just a couple of
The Epstein episode is doing exactly that. And among the various powerful names mentioned in the files is Bill Gates. He's the co-founder of Microsoft and one of the world's richest people. He's long acknowledged that meeting Epstein was a mistake.
I never went to the island. I never met any women. And so, the more that comes out, the more clear it'll be that although the time was a mistake, it had nothing to do with that kind of behavior.
He has denied any wrongdoing, and legally speaking, his name in the documents does not mean guilt. But here's where the story shifts. Bill Gates' name is mentioned in recently released files related to the Epstein investigation. Melinda Gates, his former wife, was asked about this in a podcast, and her response came not as a philanthropist, not as a co-chair of their foundation, but as a woman reflecting on a marriage that lasted nearly 3 decades. She spoke of sadness and of painful memories.
For me, it's personally hard whenever those details come up, right? Because it brings back memories of some very, very painful times in my marriage. Whatever questions remain there of what I can't even begin to know all of it. Those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me.
She said all those questions are for him to answer. Well, to understand why, we need to go back to 2021 when the two announced their divorce. The separation came after 27 years. Back then, there wasn't any public shame or drama. It ended with dignity. But over the years, the complications came to light. Melinda Gates had raised concerns years before the divorce, concerns about Bill Gates' ties with Epstein. Reports also point to controversies around his alleged infidelity concerning an alleged workplace affair. But Bill Gates' association with Epstein was a major factor, and that led to the breaking point. Now, fast forward to the present. Bill Gates is again in the Epstein spotlight. There's a claim that he caught a sexually transmitted disease. They come from unverified draft emails written by Epstein. He and his team have categorically rejected the allegations, but Gates admits there have been mistakes.
No, apparently Jeffrey wrote an email to himself. That email was never sent. The email is, false. So I don't know what his thinking was there. It just reminds me, every minute I spent with him, I regret and I, apologize that I did that.
Well, being named in the documents doesn't prove anything. Neither does it establish wrongdoing. But it does expose how the proximity to predators was normalized. And this has existed for years. Jeffrey Epstein was registered as a sex offender in 2008. He pleaded guilty to soliciting a minor. High-profile people from business, politics, and academia still met and engaged with him even after that. It includes the brother of King Charles, ex-Prince Andrew, Ehud Barak, the former Prime Minister of Israel, and intellectual Noam Chomsky. So people knew who Jeffrey Epstein was, and yet the meetings, The emails and conversations continued. Well, this is why Melinda Gates' remarks perhaps land differently. Her response doesn't speculate, he doesn't accuse, he draws a clear boundary which perhaps shifts the moral spotlight. The world doesn't fit in boxes, so why should your news? From battlefields to negotiations.
House Oversight Chair James Comer says that he wants now Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche and Attorney Alan Dershowitz to testify next as part of the House Oversight Committee's probe into Jeffrey Epstein. Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates, he faced questions just yesterday behind closed doors with the committee. And Gates said that the late convicted sex offender essentially tried to blackmail him. CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton is here with much more on this. Harry, tell us, how has the opinion of Bill Gates changed?
Yeah, the opinion of Bill Gates has changed tremendously since his associations with Jeffrey Epstein were learned about. And you could just see it right here. I mean, Bill Gates' net favorability back in 2018, there was perhaps no other American who was as popular as Bill Gates was. His net favorability rating was plus 74 points. But look where it was by 2025, way down. What is that? That is a nearly 70-point drop way down there to just plus 6 points. And I've seen some non-Ipsos polling. These are Ipsos. I've seen some non-Ipsos polling to suggest that now Bill Gates' net favorability rating is now negative in the United States of America. Quite the steep decline from being one of the most well-liked Americans back in 2018 when he was 74 points on the positive side of the ledger.
How does that compare to the decline of opinion of other business leaders over the years?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is just part of a larger story. And it just is part of a larger story, any association with Jeffrey Epstein. Take a look here. Say the Epstein files has lowered your trust in political and business leaders. You get the rare trifecta here. A majority of Republicans, 67%, independents, 73%, 86% of Democrats, 75% of all adults, a clear majority. You know, when I get off of air and I talk to people in the quote unquote real world, the Epstein files is consistently brought up and they believe it is part of just a larger story in which business leaders and political leaders are far less trusted than before.
Well, what else is the impact, Ben, of the Epstein files kind of on the opinions of the rich and powerful?
Yeah, exactly right. You know, it's part of this rich and powerful that they can get away with stuff. Take a look here. Epstein files show that powerful people are rarely held accountable. Again, the rare trifecta, 82% of Republicans, 80% of independents, 90% of Democrats, 84% of all adults. As I said, the Epstein files sort of matches what people believe out there, which is the rich and powerful can get away with stuff that other people simply put can't.
So I mentioned Todd Blanche off the top, right? Where do the prediction markets put Todd Blanche in terms of the chances of being Trump's next attorney general?
Yeah, those chances are falling. Take a look here. Chances Trump's next attorney general, according to Kalshi prediction markets, back on June 8th, not so long ago, 71%. Now just a 63% chance. And keep in mind, there's a Republican Senate majority. So the fact that it's so low really is another indication of how potential sort of the connection of the Epstein files you don't want to be.
Oh, we heard this morning he's going to face a lot of questions about it. Yep. It's great to have you, Harry. Thank you for this one.
On Capitol Hill today, billionaire Bill Gates gave voluntary testimony behind closed doors about his ties to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Gates is referenced hundreds of times in the DOJ's Epstein files, which were released earlier this year. He's not been accused of any criminal wrongdoing, denies knowing about Epstein's crimes. He told lawmakers today that meeting Epstein was a grave error in judgment. More now from Randy Kay.
I'm glad to be here voluntarily to testify to help with the committee's work.
Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates told the House Oversight Committee he was introduced to Jeffrey Epstein in 2011 and that the late convicted sex offender promised he could raise billions of dollars for global health. Gates has always denied any wrongdoing related to Epstein. Documents released by the Justice Department include several hundred references to Gates and reveal graphic, unverified allegations. Emails in the files detail meetings, meals, proposed phone calls, and attempts by Epstein to meet Gates. I enjoyed the breakfast a lot, Gates wrote Epstein in December 2014. Last December, the House Oversight Committee also released this photo from Epstein's estate. That's Gates with a woman whose face has been redacted. According to the documents, all the interactions with Gates occurred long after Epstein's 2008 conviction on prostitution-related charges. In February this year, Gates addressed the allegations.
It's factually true that I was only at dinners. I never went to the island. I never met any women. And so, the more that comes out, the more clear it'll be that although the time was a mistake, it had nothing to do with that kind of behavior.
The documents released also included 2 draft emails Epstein appears to have written himself in July 2013. In them, Epstein seems to suggest he facilitated sexual encounters for Gates and helped Gates get medication to hide a sexually transmitted infection from his wife at the time, Melinda French Gates. In this email, Epstein claimed he'd helped Gates get drugs in order to deal with consequences of sex with Russian girls and illicit trysts with married women.
Apparently, Jeffrey wrote an email to himself. That email was never sent. The email is, false. So I don't know what his thinking was there. It just reminds me, every minute I spent with him, I regret and I, apologize that I did that.
This other draft email alleges Gates had tears in his eyes as he asked Epstein to delete messages referencing an STD and explicit personal details about his penis. The allegations contained in the draft email are unverified and uncorroborated. There is also no indication the message was ever sent to Gates. Bill Gates has not been accused of any criminal wrongdoing. Gates shared his regrets about meeting Epstein with Anderson Cooper in 2021.
It was a huge mistake to spend time with him, to give him the credibility of, being there.
In February, during an interview with NPR, Melinda French Gates addressed the issue.
Just unbelievable sadness. Unbelievable sadness. For me, it's personally hard whenever those details come up, right? Because brings back memories of some very, very painful times in my marriage.
Today, in his opening statement to the committee, Gates said, "I never witnessed nor had any indication that Epstein was engaged in ongoing criminal conduct. I never went to his island, his ranch, or his Florida home," adding, "I have never victimized anyone." Gates also testified that his interactions with Epstein ended in December 2014. Randy Kay, CNN, Palm Beach County, Florida.
Joining me now is Democratic Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury. She sits on the House Oversight Committee and questioned Bill Gates today. What stood out to you from his testimony?
Listen, I think one of the things that was most interesting about Mr. Gates' testimony is that he knew all about Jeffrey Epstein's reputation. He knew about his sexual misconduct. And not only did he eschew that relationship, he actually actively sought it out. And I think that was one of the more stunning revelations from today's testimony. I think many of us were under the impression that maybe Epstein had reached out to Mr. Gates, that he had sought that connection because of his scientific interest. But what Mr. Gates revealed today is that he actively sought to try to make connections to Jeffrey Epstein in order to woo donors to donate to his international global health work. And so I think it is very hard for many people to understand how one of the most wealthy and powerful and influential men on planet Earth actively sought out a relationship with a known pedophile in order to actively solicit donations to his global health work. And so it's very troubling.
Do you think that's not the case? Do you think he had another agenda? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's what Mr. Gates told us today in the interview, that he personally sought out that relationship.
Do you believe that?
Yep.
Navan, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel in one place. Flights, hotels, cars.
Yep. I mean, all I can, say is that is what he revealed today during his testimony. But I think the broader point here is that many people want to know, why were rich and powerful men, especially, and rich and powerful people in general, who understood the stakes and consequences of interacting with Jeffrey Epstein, actively engaging in relationships with him even after his initial sex offenses were prosecuted in the state of Florida. And I think what the interview with Bill Gates revealed today is that many of those individuals, including Bill Gates himself, saw some sort of advantage of forming a relationship with Mr. Epstein because of the immense amount of wealth that he had access to, and that there were many people who were willing to look the other way, including Mr. Gates himself.
Did Gates say anything about Epstein possibly using knowledge of Gates's extramarital affairs as a form of leverage or pressure? Because we should say again, Gates has not been accused of any criminal activity in connection with Epstein. He says his extramarital affairs had nothing to do with Epstein.
Yeah, so I mean, his testimony today in front of the Oversight Committee was that Mr. Epstein did not arrange any of his relationships with the women that he had extramarital affairs with, but he does claim that Mr. Epstein learned of his extramarital affairs through a common associate of his who was a scientist who was working as an advisor for Mr. Epstein and also working under the auspices of Mr. Gates. And so that he was trying to use that as some sort of blackmail or leverage. But one of the issues with the fact that the Republicans are holding these interviews not as depositions, not under oath, is that we have to take the witnesses' word for it and basically take their testimony as it's coming in. And so that is what he presented today in front of the committee, and that's what he testified.
House Oversight.
Got him! Got him! Nuts! Got him! Got him! Today. These nuts! Got him! Got him! Oh! What?
in the room at this moment. Your ex-husband, Bill, is named in the newest tranche of Epstein files. In the newest tranche of Epstein files. And
Yep.
there are a new alleged details about his past behavior. And I want to give you the opportunity to respond in whatever way you want to.
Well, let me say this. I think we're having a reckoning as a society, right? No girl should ever be put in the situation that they were put in by Epstein and whatever was going on with all of the various people around him. No girl. I mean, it's beyond heartbreaking, right? I remember being those ages, those girls were. I remember my daughters being those ages, right? So, for me, it's personally hard whenever those details come up, right? Because brings back memories of some very, very painful times in my marriage, but I have moved on from that. I purposely pushed it away and I moved on. I'm in a really unexpected, beautiful place in my life. So whatever questions remain there of what I can't even begin to know all of it, those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me.
Well,
And I am so happy to be away from all the muck
yeah,
that was there.
I have to put more words to the muck for context.
You know what I was thinking about as I was listening? You know what, you guys? How old was Jeffrey Epstein in 2014? How old was Jeffrey Epstein in 2014? Because, you know, Bill Clinton wrote in the birthday book when Jeffrey Epstein was 50. That was before the 2008 conviction. How old was Jeffrey Epstein? So Jeffrey Epstein had been being prolific in his proclivities for 30, 40 years. So it's not enough to say that Bill Gates, because it's funny how they frame stuff when it's them, right? Think about what I'm saying. Bill Gates want to say, yeah, I spoke with Jeffrey Epstein in 2014 after his conviction, but I shouldn't have, and it was that one time. But number one, you called him, he didn't call you. And Jeffrey Epstein had been around billionaires. Remember what we learned about Jeffrey Epstein. When he first opened his money fund, he said, I'm only going to work with billionaire clients. So you know Bill Gates and Jeffrey Epstein knew of each other because Jeffrey Epstein only worked with billionaires. So Jeffrey Epstein been around 30, 40 years giving money to the Democrats. The same thing, Bill Gates. They're working in the same way. Remember, we got video of Jeffrey Epstein saying, I was early on Time's Up. Time's Up was the precursor to Me You. What does he mean by early? The funding, the language, the ideology, how it would help him politically in his businesses. He was early on Time's Up. He was early on Me Too. Same thing as Bill Gates. So it's not enough to say that Bill Gates was friends with Epstein in 2014. You got to put in context that Bill Gates knew Epstein was out here in these streets. And he had been out here for over 30, 40 years. It's the same thing when you talk about Bill Clinton wishing Jeffrey Epstein happy birthday at 50 years old. You got to understand that Jeffrey Epstein started doing his 1-2 when he was 30. When he was 30. And you know this because you've read all the reports. Jeffrey Epstein was getting down with the get down since he was 30. Bill Clinton said happy birthday at 50. How old was he in 2014 when Bill Gates decided to call him? Think about what I'm reporting today. This was coming out on Capitol Hill. Bill Gates testifying to his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, and what we learned that Bill Gates lied. Bill Gates formally said, Jeffrey Epstein called me. Today we found out that was a lie. Bill Gates called Jeffrey Epstein just like Hakeem Jeffries. How many people knew Hakeem Jeffries called Jeffrey Epstein? How many knew Hakeem Jeffries? How many knew Hakeem Jeffries? I'm looking it up right now. Contact Epstein and asked him to go to dinner. How many of you knew that? How many of you knew Hakeem Jeffries, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, has fiercely denied ever contacting or dining with Jeffrey Epstein? The accusation came from a 2013 email sent by a political consulting firm that invited Epstein to a Democratic fundraiser and suggested he meet with Jeffries. Same thing. Same thing. Same thing. Same thing. No recollection of fundraising email sent on his behalf. But it happened, huh? Comer brings the receipts to respond to Jeffries on the House floor, brought out a copy of the alleged email to refute House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. How many people knew Hakeem Jeffries was trying to have a sit down with Jeff? This is what these people did, and you will find no evidence of a Republican doing any of this before or after 2008. Why I gotta be the one to educate everybody? Y'all forget about this stuff. This is good stuff. This is meaty stuff. This is the stuff you love. This is the podcast Red Meat. You love this stuff. Yes, you do. You love it. You love it. Hakeem Jeffries. Yes, he did. Hakeem Jeffries, Bill Clinton, your favorite Democrats, they ain't shit.
Jeffries calling me a, quote, stone cold liar during a press conference defending the recent discovery of Democrats' communication with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. And I bring with me something that he and many of his fellow Democrats like Jamie Raskin, Jasmine Crockett, and Stacey Plaskett, apparently detest. And that is a thing called evidence. Tuesday, I gave a speech on the House floor detailing my House Oversight Committee's good work to date on our Epstein investigation. After all, Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrats in Congress, and your allies in the corporate media have been demanding a full release of the Epstein documents for months, including all the documents from the Epstein estate. So without hesitation, I subpoenaed all of the Jeffrey Epstein estate documents because I, as well as my Republican colleagues on the House Oversight Committee, we want to know what really happened, what went on, who was involved in these unspeakable crimes. We want justice for the survivors. That's why we're doing this investigation. So House Oversight obtained over 30,000 pages of documents from the estate. Unlike the Democrats who only released 10 of those over 30,000 pages of documents, Republicans on the House Oversight Committee released every single document on the website for the American people to see. Democrats and many in the media were anxiously clutching their pearls in anticipation of potential dirt on President Trump. In the end, after full transparency by the Republicans on the Oversight Committee, there was nothing new about the president's former relationship with Epstein, and certainly nothing scandalous.
Talk about it.
But we did find two sitting Democrat members of Congress had communication with Epstein. First, it's been highly reported and debated about Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett texting during an Oversight Committee hearing with Jeffrey Epstein while trying to conspire with him to hurt or embarrass Donald Trump. But according to Jamie Raskin, that was okay because Mr. Epstein was her constituent. Now, how embarrassing a rationale is that? But the second communication was this email right here, where Hakeem Jeffries' campaign reached out directly to Jeffrey Epstein, soliciting campaign dollars for the, quote, Brooklyn Barack. Now, whereas Jamie, you're asking to explain Plaskett's communication with Epstein as simply responding to a constituent, Hakeem Jeffries had a very different response when asked about it by the media. He denied its existence.
Sure did.
Hakeem Jeffries said, Comer is a stone cold liar. And then he reverted to calling me names for the second week in a row. So let's read it to make sure.
Let's read it, everybody.
Jeffrey Epstein, and that's the real Jeffrey Epstein, not Jasmine Crockett's Jeffrey Epstein. This is the real Jeffrey Epstein. From Hakeem Jeffries' campaign. Dear Jeffrey, we are thrilled that we are working with Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, one of the rising stars of the New York delegation, sometimes referred to as Brooklyn's Barack. Hakeem is committed to electing a Democrat majority in 2014 and is encouraging his friends to participate in a DCCC fundraising dinner with President Obama and Hakeem Jeffries.
Wow.
It ends with a number for Jeffrey Epstein to call to go to the dinner and, quote, get an opportunity to get to know Hakeem better. Here's the evidence. The email speaks for itself. The only stone cold liar in this debate is Hakeem Jeffries. So, Mr. Minority Leader, take a deep breath, chill out, stop lying, stop with the juvenile name calling, and own up to the fact that your campaign solicited campaign cash from Jeffrey Epstein.
Woo! Woo! Whoa, that MAGA! Whoa, that MAGA! Whoa, that MAGA! Stop whining and own up to you and your people. The only one solicited cash from Jeffrey Epstein. Stacey Plaskett on the phone with Jeffrey Epstein.
Legislation on releasing the Jeffrey Epstein files over to the president's desk. We're monitoring that. Also, you have, this ongoing Epstein saga, Wolf.
And there's a lot of drama still unfolding. The Epstein saga hasn't been without controversy for Democrats as well. The House last night narrowly rejected a Republican effort to censure our next guest, Democratic Delegate Stacey Plaskett, over a text she exchanged with Epstein during a 2019 congressional hearing with President Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen. 3 Republicans joined all Democrats to defeat the effort to remove her from the House Intelligence Committee, with another 3 voting present. Congressman Stacey Plaskett of the U.S. Virgin Islands is joining us right now. You're a delegate, a non-voting delegate right now. Tell us a little bit about your reaction to all these late developments.
Well, first I want to thank the Democrats, the Democratic caucus, not only for voting with me, but for speaking on my behalf during the general debate, as well as those members in the Republican Party who voted with the Democrats and those who tacitly voted with us by either voting present or not voting at all during the censure. And I'm hopeful that we can now get back to the work that we do in Congress rather than the political theater that has been happening. The files have been released, which I have been in favor of all along. And let's let the victims get their justice and let us get to the work of Congress. We've been on over a 70-day paid time off. Democrats have been doing town halls, coming back to Congress. Republicans have been nowhere in sight. And the people of this country are in need of our support and of the work that needs to be done.
We know that Epstein had property in the Virgin Islands, right?
Yes.
What was your relationship with Epstein?
So Jeffrey Epstein was a constituent. He was a resident of the Virgin Islands, lived there, I guess, more than half of the year because he was registered there. I had received donations from him after the last investigation came out, which was after this texting. I gave any donations that I had previously received from him to women's organizations and did not have any contact with him. But like many constituents, individuals get your phone number, they text you about issues, they speak with you. I have spoken with him about issues that are relevant, things that are going on in the Virgin Islands and elsewhere around the country.
Right, but on that day that we're talking about, you initiated the text exchange at 7:55 in the morning. So why were you even texting with Epstein at the time? He was a known sex offender then.
Sure. I explained to people, I've been a prosecutor for many years. And there are a lot of people who have information that are not your friends. that you use to get information to get at the truth. This was 7 years ago, and people need to understand this was a huge hearing that was taking place with Michael Cohen finally coming forward to talk about monies that he had with the hush money, potential hush money that had been paid to Stormy Daniels to keep her quiet about the allegations against Trump. We were entering a hearing. Lots of people were texting me. Lots of people were giving me information. And I find it really interesting and almost rich that the Washington Post took 30 seconds, one set of question line that I did, and say that Epstein was directing me as to what to question Michael Cohen. I have 5 minutes of questioning. I had a lot of questions, 20 years of experience that I had at the time, along with other information I was getting from many sources about issues that should have been raised. And I also want to say that the issues that I raised in that hearing related to individuals who were closest to the president and who could know about money has never been looked into.
Right, and we have the full transcript right here. But, you know, no doubt you have an impressive resume, right? You're a former federal prosecutor, you were an impeachment manager. But yes or no, if Epstein had not brought up Rona to you in that text, would you have asked Michael Cohen about her independently?
Probably not. I asked about 3 other individuals as well. Everyone knew, other people knew that this woman had been the president's assistant. I talked about other individuals who were also close to him that other people had given me information about, that I'd found other information about. And there were other issues that I talked with him about as well, Michael Cohen, that I brought up during that time.
Right.
So as a prosecutor, as an investigator, you glean information, get information where you can. Some of it is relevant, some of it is not, and you put it all together and you ask the questions.
And I understand you're saying, look, he was a constituent, right? And whether or not they're good or bad, you're just trying to get information to get to the truth. But at this time, this was happening after he had already pleaded guilty to state prostitution charges. And then there was that Miami Herald article that came out in 2018 detailing how widespread the sexual abuse was, interviewing 80 women who said that he sexually abused her. So abused them, I should say. So I'm wondering, as you look back, do you think that it was an error in judgment to be communicating with him at all? Do you have any regrets?
Well, listen, I think Jeffrey Epstein is a reprehensible person, absolutely disgusting. I lived in a house during childhood with a mother who had been sexually abused by her dad. And I know the effect that that had on her, as well as us as her family. And so I understand what the victims are going through, and I want them to get their their justice, their peace out of this. I believe that Jeffrey Epstein had information, and I was going to get information to get at the truth. Having a friendship with him is not something that I would deem to have. And so I'm just looking forward. I'm moving forward. And I think that that's what we as American people should do, is move forward. If individuals are not involved in illegal activity, extending his criminal enterprise or his financial enterprise or all of those things, I think that we need to look at what people are doing moving forward.
Wait, let me just better understand that. What is that point? Because at the time he was a known sex offender and it had been detailed, all the sexual abuse.
There are a lot of people who have done a lot of crimes. And as a prosecutor, you get information from people where you can. I've interviewed confidential informants.
Got him! Got him!
I lived in a house during childhood with a mother who had been sexually abused by her dad. And I know the effect that that had on her, as well as us as her family. And so I understand what the victims are going through, and I want them to get their their justice, their peace out of this. I believe that that Jeffrey Epstein had information and I was going to get information to get at the truth. Having
no
a
regret.
friendship with him is not something that I would deem to have. And so I'm just looking forward. I'm moving forward. And I think that that's what we as American people should do, is move forward. If individuals are not involved in illegal activity, extending his criminal enterprise or his financial enterprise or all of those things, I think that we need to look at what people are doing moving forward.
Wait, let me just better understand that. What is that point? Because at the time he was a known sex offender and it had been detailed all the sexual abuse.
There are a lot of people who have done a lot of crimes. And as a prosecutor, and that doesn't mean that I'm their friend. That doesn't mean that you confidential informants.
Been detailed all the sexual abuse.
There are a lot of people who have done a lot of crimes. And as in illegal activity, extending his criminal enterprise or his financial enterprise or all of those things, I think that we need to look at what people are doing moving forward.
Wait, let me just better understand that. What is that point? Because at the time he was a known sex offender and it had been detailed all the sexual abuse.
There are a lot of people who have done a lot of crimes. And as a prosecutor, you
Oh! Whoa! Whoa!
Got him, got him. She said, "Well, wait a minute, because you just he was already convicted," and she said, "I'm a prosecutor." Got it. Snap. Oh, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. That's funny. Got him. Got him. Oh man. Got him. That was funny. That was funny. That was funny. I had to show Stacy Plastic. I had to show Stacy. Oh, it's plastic. You know. Oh, it's plastic. You know. Stacy, good old Stacy. Stacy's mom got it going on. Stacy's mom. Stacy's mom got it going on. I got a crush on Stacy's mom. Stacy's mom got it going on. Stacy's mom.
They're as bad as today's they were since 2023. Yeah.
You're arguing that inflation today.
And why then shouldn't
This is my brother from another mother. You know, on this channel, it's a couple things we love. We love Trump. We love Pete Hegseth, and we love us some Scott Jennings. We love us some Scott Jennings. We love us some Scott Jennings. We love Pete Hegseth. Yeah, and this is my brother from another mother. How you doing, bro? How you doing? He doing his 1-2 again, man. He doing his 1-2. No one does it like he do the voodoo that you do. Shout out to our brother Scott Jennings holding us down on the Communist Network, on the Communist Network News. Shout out to you, Scott, doing your 1-2. We support you over here in Magaland. We support you over here in Magaland. Keep getting them straight. And it's just a little straightening. Scott Jennings with a little straightening for the Democrats.
and why then shouldn't Donald Trump be apologizing for saying things like, I think inflation is great and I don't care about people's finances and I need a ballroom and I need a slush fund for January 6th. Scott, on that note,
somewhere, by the way,
do you
somewhere.
agree though with Trump this morning saying he loves inflation?
No, it was very inartful. I mean, I understand what he was. I think he was saying.
What was he
I
saying?
think he
You think
feels
it's good for the country or good for
encouraging
the
that
people who are
the
struggling?
numbers are better today than they were under Biden, but it was
That's
an artful statement.
absolutely not true.
They're
The
as bad as today as they were since 2023.
yeah.
You're arguing that inflation today or during Trump's term is as bad as it was during Biden's term?
I'm saying
Surely you're
that
not
Trump,
arguing that.
No, I'm
Surely
saying that,
nobody would argue that.
No, I'm saying that Trump said he was going to come into office and lower inflation, and it's higher today than it was when he took office.
Well, the rate of inflation today is certainly lower than the rate of inflation during Biden's term.
But not when Trump took office.
The
And
rate
he's
of
actually
inflation today
contributed to-
is lower than the rate of inflation.
Says
It's the
so.
highest pace
Democrats,
it's been since 2020.
Democrats took. I'm not arguing the numbers. I saw the report, and by the way, it is a political issue. I mean, if inflation continues to trend up, if gas prices don't come down, you can't deny that.
Yeah.
But
do you think he'll apologize to the American people for tanking the economy and making them
tanking-
broke?
We've had 3 straight months of massive job growth. We have
And
manufacturing
why are people
green shoots
losing
all
their
over.
health care? Why are gas prices over $6 a
What do you
gallon?
mean
Why are
losing their
grocery?
healthcare?
Scott Jennings.
Somewhere,
Finney, we
Karen,
gotta-
Eric Swalwell and Al Franken are exchanging WTFs on text messages. The way Democrats like you are handling Plattner right now, I can't believe you threw those guys out. Unbelievable.
Eric Swalwell, the way you guys are handling Plattner, you know what I'm saying? It's like the Democrats just shoot themselves in the foot. And who remembers Eric Swalwell in the text messages? You know what I'm saying? And him drugging women with wine. And he had to drop out of the California governor race. Now remember, he was a leader in the California governor's race, and then he got accused 5 women, said he drugged them, and then oh man, the Democrat, and then now you got Planter, this guy with this neo-national helmet tattoo, anti-Semitic, but then all of the Democrats are still supporting him. Like, what is that? What is that? I mean, you can't make this up. I haven't done a lot on Planter, but Scott just alluded to something we may be talking about today. Double tap at the like button, pumps up a podcast with the blasting it down with that. Let's go, baby. Trump says, I love inflation. I love inflation. You love inflation?
Fastest pace in 3 years. The Iran war driving the inflation rate to 4.2%. President Trump said this when asked if he's concerned about the number.
No, I love it. The numbers were great. You know what I really love? I love the inflation.
Democrats pouncing. Senate Minority Leader.
Trump said he was gonna start being the opposite. He was gonna play opposite, man, like a Marvel superhero. Oh no, I love the inflation. Let's get that again. Who got the best president ever? MAGA in the chat. Trump 2026 in the chat. Trump 2028 in the chat. Hit the double tap, hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the super chat. Oh, I love inflation.
2%. President Trump said this when asked if he's concerned about the number.
No, I love it. The numbers were great. You know what I really love? I love the inflation.
Democrats pouncing. Senate Minority Leader.
I love it because he knows who he's talking to. He knows his audience. Oh no, look at his face. Oh no, you know what I really.
You know what I really love? I love the inflation.
Democrats pouncing. Senate Minority Leader.
Let's do that in the chat, everybody, right now. In the chat, I love inflation. I love inflation. Do your best Trump impression right now. I love inflation. And winning bigly. I love inflation. Everybody at home right now. I love inflation.
You know what I really love? I love the inflation.
Democrats pouncing. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer reposting Trump's comment, writing, Trump really said, I love the inflation on camera. The president later trying to play cleanup, telling the New York Post he was referring to what inflation numbers will be after the war ends, adding he was happy this month's report didn't show even higher numbers. The typical American household has now spent $510 extra in fuel expenses since the start of the war at the end of February. Families paying $294 extra per month for the same goods and services compared to.
So here you go. That's a liberal. I'm not going to let the liberals hate on my president. I'm not going to let the liberals that I just Scott, my brother from another mother, Scott Jennings, was sharing with us. So that's Trump saying he loved the liberal. But listen to what Scott Jennings had to say, because they was about to go on the propaganda. This is what we say in MAGA propaganda land. Let Scott Jennings tell you the truth about the inflation compared to Biden, where there was no war, there was no Venezuela, there was no Cuba, there was no Iran in Straits of Hormuz, but inflation was higher under Biden. Double tap at the like button.
Why then shouldn't Donald Trump be apologizing for saying things like, I don't, I think inflation is great and I don't care about people's finances and I need a ballroom and I need a slush fund for January 6th.
Scott, on that note,
by the way,
do you agree though with Trump this morning saying he loves inflation?
No, it was very inartful. I mean, I understand what he was. I think he was saying.
What was he saying?
I think he
feels it's good for the country or good for the people who are struggling.
The numbers are better today than they were under Biden, but it was
That's
an artful statement.
Absolutely not true.
They're as bad as today as they were since 2023.
Yeah.
You're arguing that inflation today or during Trump's term is as bad as it was during Biden's term?
I'm saying
Surely you're not
Trump,
arguing that.
No, I'm
Surely
saying
nobody would argue that.
No, I'm saying that Trump said he was going to come into office and lower inflation, and it's higher today than it was when he took office.
Well, the rate of inflation today is certainly lower than the rate of inflation during Biden's term.
And there was no Iran. For context, my brother, I know you don't need the help, Scott, but just a little context and a little alley-oop, because, Scott, you're doing your thing, man. Thank you, Scott. You're doing your thing. But just for further context, there was no Iran, Straits of Hormuz. There was no Venezuela invasion, there was no Cuba embargo, and still we pay $12 for eggs under Biden. Just a little context, because it matters. Context is king. YouTube, you know what I mean. Double tap at the like button, purpose of a podcast. Back with the blast, #1 podcast on YouTube. Here we go. Scott Jennings, my brother. Here we go. Here we go.
And it's higher today than it was when he took office.
Well, the rate of inflation today is certainly lower than the rate of inflation during Biden's term.
But not when Trump took office.
The rate of inflation today is lower than the rate of inflation.
It's the highest pace it's been since 2020.
Democrats took. I'm not arguing the numbers. I saw the report, and by the way, it is a political issue. I mean, if inflation continues to trend up, if gas prices don't come down, you can't deny that.
Yeah.
But
do you think he'll apologize to the American people for tanking the economy and making them broke?
We've had 3 straight months of massive job growth. We have manufacturing.
And why are people losing their health care? Why are gas prices over $6 a gallon? Why are grocery?
Scott Jennings.
Somewhere Eric Swalwell and Al Franken are exchanging WTF on text messages. The way Democrats like you are handling Plattner right now, I can't believe you threw those guys. Unbelievable.
Eric Starwell. Don't forget Al Green. We him away. In the jungle, the mighty jungle. Blacks are not apes. Oh, it's a shakeup. It's a red wave 2026. It's a shakeup. It's a red wave. It's a red wave 2026. I'm feeling so good, man. I'm feeling so good, man. How y'all feeling, man? So much has transpired, man. We got Trump admitting that he wanted to go after Carg Island. And what else we got, man? We talked about the riots in Ireland. It's a lot to talk about, man. But let's get into this Iran. But let's get some more red meat. We got some more red meat. Let's get some more red meat. I liked it, this clip. When are they gonna fire Abby? I want to know when they gonna fire Abby. Anybody know? Cause she's
no. Any decent credible party would have said no.
When they gonna fire Abby? Abby should have been fired 5 times.
This anti-Semitic reprobate should never have been allowed to run. Any decent, credible party would have said, no. Any decent, credible party would have said, no, it's not your time. We're going to get someone else.
Why?
This anti-Semitic reprobate should never have been allowed to run. Any decent, credible party would have said, no. Any decent, credible party would have said, no, it's not your time. We're going to get someone else.
Why?
This anti-Semitic reprobate should never have been allowed to run. Any decent, credible party would have said, no.
What do you say in the chat? What do you say in the chat about the Democrats? What do you say in the chat? How you feel about it, man? How you feel about it, man? How you feel about it?
You could not come up with a better avatar.
Why? How do you feel about the Democrats backing I'm not even gonna say his name. I'm just gonna say the guy with the racist tattoos and the guy who doesn't know how to treat women and children. And then women are the ones who came out. This is the Democrats candidate, and he's projected to win in Maine.
Of the self-serving establishment politician who has been there for decades, telling us that there was no other alternative. Well, billionaires and corporations rob us blind.
I'm in Portland, Maine, where Graham Plattner, the expected Democratic nominee for Senate here, just finished a town hall with voters. It was the first time he faced questions after mounting allegations of misconduct. But no one asked him about any of the recent reporting. Instead, this was a group that was very firmly in Plattner's camp.
I don't think those allegations can even compare to what's going on at the White House. So I'm really not worried about it. I mean, I feel he comes from a community that supports him. He's been there since he was born. And if those people know him and are behind him, I have to believe that he's a good guy. I appreciate the fact that he's doing mental health, that he's all about that, because I think a lot of vets come back and they never get to the point where they can go out in public and be with people that haven't seen war and whatnot. I knew many Vietnam vets back in the day that are probably still screwed up to this day.
I appreciate him being a Mainer of a small town. I know people from his town. Everyone I know from there is truly about community, being a Maine first kind of place. And I think I really appreciate the fact that he's not an establishment Democrat. The Reddit posts about women being too drunk to handle themselves, etc., those were 13 years ago. I'd like to believe that I'm a different person than I was when I was 5 years old.
On behalf of my wife, Amy, and I, thank you. This is a pretty hard thing to go through, to be entirely honest. And the only thing that really makes it bearable is going around the state of Maine and having as much support as we've gotten in our community. Thank you all very
much. So they don't care. The world is getting kind of dark. Dems don't care. That's basically what they're saying. They don't care. Let's get some more understanding. Dems don't care about Plattner and his proclivities and his ideology.
Nazi communists in Maine. You have a laughing stock of an AI faux Christian bot running for Senate in Texas. You have terrorist sympathizers at best sympathizers running in New Jersey 12th and potentially in Michigan if El Sayed wins the Democrat Senate primary there in the state of Michigan there. And you have all these Dan Sullivan shenanigans happening up in the last frontier, up in Alaska, a lot of foul play there. And you have the highly suspicious cheating through legal means victory of Nithya Raman, the socialist, over the ever lovable Spencer Pratt out in Los Angeles.
That's right.
So, as we open our show, and we will reiterate again, it's all about one thing. It's all about power. Power by any means necessary whatsoever. So you have a Nazi communist in Maine. And
what did Hakeem Jeffrey say? All war, all the time. That's what Hakeem Jeffrey say. All war, all the time, right? All war, all the time. And they say it's okay. They say it's okay that he has these proclivities. He has this tattoo. He's done these things to women. They still gonna vote for him. This your Democratic Party. They still say they voted for him.
Scandal up in Maine with Graham Plattner, and how much of an example this is of the kind of lesson they've been trying to take from Donald Trump and the way he's operated for the last 10 years. Just look at how Democratic Senator Andy Kim reacted when I asked him about it. First, he said that it's up to the voters of Maine. And then he did something very telling. He focused on taking back control of the Senate.
What do you think?
Well, look, right now, for me, like I have not met him. I've never talked to him yet. But what I do hear from people in New Jersey around the country is that they don't trust this U.S. Senate right now, led by the Republicans, as we are about to go back into session this coming week. And what they are pushing on is, $60 to $70 billion more for ICE, for CBP, for immigration. They want that stopped.
So do what it takes to elect Democrats, regardless of
From my
questions like
standpoint,
this.
I will work with whoever the people of Maine elect, but I hope that they elect somebody that is going to stand up to this president, work with me to be able to fight back against all these dangers.
Would this have been the way Democrats reacted 5 years ago, 10 years ago? Hard no. They would have been hand-wringing. They would have been publicly questioning whether or not this is really the guy who represents democratic values. And now they're making a concerted, strategic, political effort to keep their eye on the ball and focus on what they need to do to win back the Senate, regardless of questions about flaws in their candidate, because that has not gotten them far in a lot of races. It's made them lose a lot of races. And you can ask the questions about morality and ethics and everything else, but to see the evolution of Democrats on a leadership level, certainly those who are already in the Senate and want to be back in control, to be more forgiving of things that they wouldn't have a few years ago was fascinating. I've been thinking a lot about Democrats and how they've reacted so far to the latest scandal up in Maine with Graham Plattner, and how much of an example this is of the kind of lesson they've been trying to take from Donald Trump and the way he's operated for the last 10 years.
Tomorrow, June 9th, is going to be the primary day in Maine, and Graham Plattner is up against Janet Mills, who, like we've said before, is flirting with the idea that you can still vote for her. But tomorrow, Democrats are going to completely no longer be able to ever say with a serious face that they care about victims, that Me Too ever meant anything to them, that when it comes to the reality of the values that Democrats have espoused across this country about Nazis and about hating Nazis and about women and believing all women, well, it's going to go out the window tomorrow when a man who has not only been accused of being on a predators app for a long time, for sexting during his marriage, for having a Nazi tattoo and yet claiming to not know what it meant for 20 years and then deciding to not get it removed to cover it up, right? Isn't that kind of fitting as well? He didn't remove the tattoo, he covered it up. Yeah, that's what Democrats are going to be doing. They're going to be covering up for all their lies because it was never the reality that they cared about anybody who came forward as a victim. It's always been about power for them. And Ro Khanna is a perfect example. He's out there running around trying to fight on behalf of Epstein victims. But what also is he doing? He's backing good old Graham Plattner. Democrats, your day of infamy where you believe you can tell everybody that they are the problem is over as of tomorrow. Because if Graham Plattner becomes the Democrat nominee, which by all predictive markets and polling says he will be, you no longer have a leg to stand on about any other candidate. And yes, we should demand better from both parties, but I'm not going to hear a word about it from Democrats anymore. tomorrow.
Trying to make excuses for him. I mean, he's worse than any human being that's ever run for office, probably. I don't know him. I don't want to say bad, but I just look. I mean, nobody's ever had a record like that. I know thugs. I had to deal with thugs. I built a lot of buildings. I watched that thug that's up in Maine. He's a thug, and they're trying to make excuses for him. I mean, he's worse than any human being that's ever run for office, probably. I don't know him. I don't want to say bad, but I just look. I mean, nobody's ever had a record like that. I know thugs. I had to deal with thugs. I built a lot of buildings. I dealt with the toughest people on earth. I dealt with worse than thugs. I've never seen a person like that run for office. Even his business, you know, he's not a businessman at all. His parents supported him. Guy's a loser. Other than that, he might be very nice.
Are you all in supporting Susan Collins? Does she have your full support and endorsement in her Senate
She does because
re-election?
she's a sane woman. She's not my best friend at all.
Double tap hit the like button. Did you hit the like back? Did you hit the like yet? Yeah, this planner guy is a piece of work, man. But you know, the Democrats, Trump called them the Democrats. They dirty Democrats, whatever you want to call them, man. All war, all the time. All war, all the time. Let's get to the Iran update. Let's get to the Iran update. Let's get to the Iran update. Let's get into the Karg Island. Let's get into the Karg Island update. Let's get into the Iran update. Let's get into the Iran update. Damn sorry party is funking cooked. That's right. Shout out to Eric Jordan, man. Shout out to my brother Eric Jordan for the $2 super chat. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to you. Let's get to our lead story today, and that is the issues that we got happening right now geopolitically. What's this? This is more Portland ICE stuff. We might do some Portland ICE stuff. We did riots in Ireland. Let's get to our story. We got some. Where do I want to go first? Where do I want to go first? I want to go to Karg Island. Not just Karg Island, but what Trump said about that we've been taking the oil out of Straits of Hormuz. A lot was revealed today. So much was revealed today. Tomahawk missiles launched, escalation. Let's get into this. Let's get into this, y'all. Let's get into it, man. Let's get into Iran. Let's get into our Iran update. Double tap at the like button. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. We're gonna run through this update because I gotta make some Kool-Aid. I gotta do some cereal for the kids. So let's get through this update. And I want to talk about Karg Island. Hey, did you vote in the poll? The poll, you know, Trump's ambitions on Karg Island reveal a lot about whether or not Israel is the architects behind this. I've debunked that so many times, but one other piece of evidence that we presented today to debunk this idea that Israel was behind America ambitions in Iran in the Straits of Hormuz was Trump admitting, and then my chat even talked about former generals and other presidents. Trump said every president wanted to invade Iran, and then Trump said, I always wanted Karg Island. If you understand what he's saying, number one, every president, that means we had war games designed by every president to invade Iran. And then if you understand that Karg Island had to be part of all of those war games and all of those designs, Trump revealed today that he always wanted to invade Karg Island, understanding how strategically what Karg Island meant to the Iranian economy. So let's get into it right now. Double tap at the like button. Iran update. We got a helicopter shot down. We have Israel upticking, escalating violence with Lebanon. It's a lot going on right now. Let's get into it.
In the Situation Room with Vice President J.D. Vance, along with Special Envoys Kushner and Witkoff, the president giving new insight into what is taking place as we speak. There is an ongoing bombing campaign against the Iranian regime. The president tells Fox News that 49 Tomahawk missiles were used to hit targets inside of Iran, some of them as close as 40 miles from the Iranian capital of Tehran. The president said that U.S. fighter jets are also operating over the skies of Iran, taking out radar systems and air defense systems in the southwestern part of the country, close to the Persian Gulf. This is all taking place as the Iranians are trying to get the United States to stop the bombing campaign. President Trump told me that Iran called him tonight. Top Iranian officials and President Trump spoke directly. Asked them to stop bombing. And the president said to me, the bombing will stop shortly. I asked him what will happen if the Iranians do not sign an agreement that was put forward by American negotiators. President Trump said, quote, we'll bomb the S out of them tomorrow night. And so the president is leaving the military option on the table if the Iranians are unwilling to sign this good faith deal that would ultimately open the Strait of Hormuz and ensure that they cannot advance a nuclear program toward a nuclear bomb. That is the bottom line here that President Trump has reiterated over and over again. The reason Operation Epic Fury began was to prevent the Iranian regime from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
This is the Iran update. Make sure you vote in the chat. Trump versus Bibi, giving you updates. Trump versus Bibi. So I said earlier, Trump had admitted that he had been secretly taking oil out of the Straits of Hormuz. As we get into the uptick of violence, the peace agreement in Karg Island, Donald Trump, White House.
This war is over. You know, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil? Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran, until right now. We took out the other night 22 ships late at night with no lights because they don't have any radar because we blasted the crap out of it. We took out, that's why oil's $85 a barrel. I mean, you take a look. Remember when I did this, I said, look, the one bad thing will be we hit the best economy we've ever hit. And I said to my people, I had Scott, I had Howard, I had Pete, I had all of them. I had Todd in the room. I said, the one thing we have to do now, we had just hit the highest stock market in history, highest 401ks in history. Everything was going well. And I said, I hate to do this to you guys, but Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon very soon. We have to go and attack. So we hit them with the B-2 bombers, which took a lot of courage. It was totally successful. We buried it, very hard to get. But now we had to make the second move. And I said, you know, the bad part is the stock market will go down by a lot based on predictions of.
So we've been taking oil out the Straits of Hormuz. How many people know that we made over $7 billion in oil from Venezuela? The money from Venezuela is in the offshore Qatari account. So we making money in Venezuela, and we've been secretly taking oil out because they don't have radar. Trump said they know now, but they didn't know that we have been secretly stealing oil. We keep it oil. Some people said this wasn't about the oil. Going back to Venezuela, you know what MAGA always said? We want the oil. Give us the oil. We want the fucking oil. This is about the oil. MAGA never denied that this was about the oil and we wanted the oil. Fuck yeah. We want the oil.
This war is over. You know, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil? Nobody knows it.
Last month, I directed our great U.S. military to execute a secret mission to support oil tankers and other commercial ships through the Straits of Hormuz. Today, I am pleased to announce that this effort has resulted in more than 100 million barrels of oil making its way through the Strait of Hormuz and into open market. More than 200 commercial ships have safely traveled through the Strait. This wildly successful effort is because the United States of America controls the Straits of Hormuz. The United States of America controls the Straits of Hormuz. The United States of America controls the Straits of Hormuz. Not Iran. Their military is defeated and their economy is lost. It's over for Iran. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump, everybody. Hit the like button and step the fuck up.
You know who doesn't know about it? Iran until right now. We took out the other night 22 ships late at night with no lights because they don't have any radar because we blasted the crap out of it. We took out, that's why oil's $85 a barrel. I mean, you take a look. Remember when I did this, I said, look, the one bad thing will be we hit the best economy we've ever hit. And I said to my people, I had Scott, I had Howard, I had Pete, I had all of them. I had Todd in the room. I said, the one thing we have to do now, we had just hit the highest stock market in history, highest 401ks in history. Everything was going well. And I said, I hate to do this to you guys, but Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon very soon. We have to go and attack. So we hit them with the B-2 bombers, which took a lot of courage. It was totally successful. We buried it, very hard to get. But now we had to make the second move. And I said, you know, the bad part is the stock market will go down by a lot based on predictions of.
Double tap at the like button. Best damn president, Donald J. Trump. Best president. Whoa, that MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA. Whoa, that MAGA. Double tap at the like button. Best damn president I ever seen.
This war is over.
This war is over, man. Best damn president I ever seen.
Hitting Iran, whose Navy, Air Force, radar, anti-aircraft, and all other forms of defense, together with most its offensive capability, the United
Truth Social, from the desk of the president.
States will be hitting Iran, whose Navy, Air Force, radar, anti-aircraft, and all other forms of defense, together with most its offensive capability, are gone, very hard tonight. At some point in the not-too-distant future, we will be taking Karg Island, and other oil infrastructure points, and assume total control of their oil and gas markets, much like we have with Venezuela, which is working out brilliantly for both Venezuela and the United States of America. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. The United States will be hitting Iran, whose Navy, Air Force, radar,
Double tap at the like button. Double tap. They wouldn't understand if we explained it to them, man. They don't understand geopolitics. They don't understand commodities. They don't understand resources. They don't understand anything that Trump is doing. They don't understand the dirty data centers. They don't understand the precious minerals. They don't understand everything that's been happening in crypto and digital currency. And I was the one going back to Davos, going back to the Munich Security Council, talking about the people in Davos, the richest men in the world, the most powerful money market moves, money makers in the world. We're talking about a global cryptocurrency, a global blockchain. That was the biggest discussion in Davos. And what's happened since Davos is huge steps have been made toward a global. No, nobody want to talk about this shit, man. Let's talk about fucking Houston. Let's talk about Texas and racism and all this other shit. While we bog down in racism, the world in the future is being created and being fought over. But let's stay in racism. Let's stay in 1960. Let's stay in racism, because I've been seeing white people just are so happy with racism. I think because white people don't have shit. That's the worst thing about this shit. White people are so happy with racism. It's because they've taken everything from you, and all you have is whiteness, and you're not really fucking white. You're European, you're Jewish, you're Russian, you're Polish, you're Slavic. You're not fucking white, but that's all you fucking have. So you're celebrating your whiteness today, but the world is being fought for, the future. Before Trump became president, there was a move away from the dollar. There was BRICS, and there was a move toward digital currency. That is still happening. But right now, with us controlling the Straits of Hormuz, the petrodollar now is backed by commodity oil. We're the biggest oil supplier. This is the first time the dollar has actually been worth something in how long? In your lifetime? The dollar hasn't been worth shit in your lifetime. This is the first time the dollar is being backed by something. The American petrodollar, the American dollar backed by black crude, that sweet bubbling up oil. First time. No one talks about it. No one talks about the proliferation of BRICS before Trump took presidency, and Trump took Iran, and Trump took us to Iran. Where was America, and where was Biden said we need to work with China. Biden was capitulating. Biden, old ass, was bending over, falling asleep, giving up all ass to BRICS in China. Am I wrong? Was Biden not giving up all ass to BRICS in China? The dollar was dead. The dollar was dead. That's why we had to do a swap line with the UAE. The dollar was dead. I mean, it was so easy to say it, but when it's not true, everybody's quiet. When it's not true, when the oil becomes a commodity back in the dollar, we don't want to talk about that. We want to say all this stupid shit about racism, Epstein, but what the truth is the world is moving toward Web 3.0. The world is moving toward digital currency, and possibly, like they discussed in Davos, one global blockchain. How the fuck do we do that? How the fuck do we miss that? How the fuck do we participate? How the fuck do we benefit? No, we won't benefit if we focus and we don't stay on the fucking ball. You listen to these liberals, you listen to this socialist bullshit, and you will be left in the fucking dust while we are in flying cars. If you listen to the Democrats tell you that your skin color and your party is more important than what I'm telling you, then you will be in the fucking wilderness like Hunger Games. And then there will be a grand city. There will be a grand city of the future with flying cars and technical marvels, but you won't benefit from it. You get to have your liberal one-party ideology in the woods where they regulate what you hunt and what you eat. But in the major city of 2080, 2090, there will be flying cars, and there will be no paper money. And there will be no black and white. What the fuck you gonna do then? And there will be no black and white. What the fuck you gonna do then? I wish people understood more about what's going on. That's why my chat is the best chat, W chat. I got the best chat on YouTube. They're not going to understand if we break it down. They're not going to understand the Iranian proxy armies. They're not going to understand what was happening in Venezuela, because it wasn't even us who explained what happened in Venezuela. Maria Makarov won the Nobel Peace Prize. Everybody's in on it. For the Democrats, everybody's in on it, and then the Democrats, but what do you have to give the people? What receipts and what proof do you have? There's nothing from the Democrats but rhetoric and hate. But when I come with the receipts of why we went to Venezuela and what was going on in South America, what BRICS and Brazil believed before we went and invaded and took Maduro, no one wants to say anything. Why did Maria get the Nobel Peace Prize? She told you can't invade Venezuela. You can't take over Venezuela. Why did she say that? Why did she receive the Nobel Peace Prize? Maria said Venezuela has already been invaded by Hezbollah, by Hamas and the Houthis and the Iranian proxies in China, and they sell oil illegally. We distribute oil, and they trade guns and cocaine. There was a beautiful relationship between Venezuela, South America, and everybody who doesn't give a fuck about America. Cuba benefited. Hello, ding, ding, the motherfucking ding, ding. The ding, ding, the ding, ding, the motherfucking ding ding. Cuba benefited. The ding ding, the ding ding. Russia benefited. The ding ding, the ding ding. Iran benefited. The ding ding, the ding ding. China benefited. The ding ding, the ding ding ding. From a motherfucking country on our hemisphere in motherfucking South America. And we don't talk about that. We don't understand why we're in Iran. We don't understand how and what these motherfuckers was doing in South America, how they were moving against us. Biden sanctioned oil tankers from Venezuela. You think this is new? It's not fucking new. Trump sanctioned Maduro in his first term. Biden doubled down on the sanctions, and Biden sanctioned the oil tanker that we captured. Why was this happening? Why did Biden keep the Venezuela policy going? Why did Biden double down? Because what the fuck Maria said. It's a fucking problem. We knew. Biden knew. We knew it's a fucking problem in Venezuela. Hezbollah, Hamas are doing training of motherfucking cartels. How are the cartels becoming so militarized? Where are they learning? Who is training them? The guerrillas. They were guerrillas, but now they're working they're working with Hezbollah. There were training camps in Venezuela besides the black market oil. Besides, y'all don't have no idea what the fuck was going on in Venezuela and why we invaded Venezuela and how that affected Cuba and Iran and China and Russia. You should. We got ships off the coast of Russia. China was pissed. We stopped oil. There was unsanctioned oil. OPEC is a motherfucking cartel. How did Iran supply Hamas? This was what was going on under Biden, and Obama did nothing. It wasn't in the JPCOA. Biden didn't do shit. They've been doing this, bro. This is how you get to October 7th, and I promise you, like Trump said, it would have been something bigger. Something bigger was coming. I don't give a fuck what the fuck you believe with your liberal, purple hair, blue-eyed ass. You have no idea what was on the fucking horizon under Biden. Imagine if Biden would have won again. Imagine if Biden would have won again. I'm about to block you, APAC, but I'm gonna address your comment. Because today is about the dummies who think that AIPAC and Israel got anything to do with what's going on. Today is about the idiots and the dummies that think Israel got anything to do about what's going on. This was America's plan and America's design. America was always going. America was always going. Donald Trump admitted today that he always wanted Carg Island. Hello? What does that mean? Donald Trump has said many times before that every American president wanted to invade Iran. Donald Trump said many times before every American president wanted to invade Iran. Meaning that every American president had plans that the Pentagon, that sitcom in the military had done military games and plans and strategic planning on how we invade and take Iran for the last umpteen damn years. Sit the fuck down if you don't know what you're talking about. And when Trump said today that we've been taking oil from the Straits of Hormuz, we've taken oil from Venezuela, and then Trump says he's always wanted Carg Island, it should have revealed to you our designs. I'm not saying that you have to agree with it, but it should wake you up from your Israeli anti-Semitic dream. This is about greedy Americans and white wealth and money. This ain't got shit to do with Israel. A surprise, you white men like money. Surprise, I don't know why you didn't know that. This is about white men and white wealth. The same thing in Chevron and in Venezuela. Somebody come look at this. It has nothing to do with Israel. These white men, these billionaire rich white men, these Americans, and I benefit because I'm American. I benefit from white men who want to be king, who want to be billionaires, who want to be rich. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Israel. Israel ain't got shit to do with this. They've always wanted the Straits of Hormuz, the oil from Venezuela, from Iran, and Carg Island was always on the table. This ain't got shit to do with Bibi. It ain't got shit to do with Bibi. But no one's listening. No one's listening. When Trump says, I always wanted to get Karg Island, he doesn't say that, you know, Israel and Iran pissed me off and they did this to Israel and I want to protect the Jews. And none of that shit's about money. Money, 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 money. Somebody come look at this. I always wanted Karg Island. We always knew when we invaded Iran, we would have to go, what's on Karg Island? Can somebody come look at this? Somebody go to the police.
What happened overnight. Talked a lot about the Strait of Hormuz, that choke point where so much travel goes by the sea, okay? So this is Keshem Island, Minab, Sirak as well. They were all hit overnight. The area of Isfahan apparently taking hits as well. What the president told Trey is that 49 Tomahawk missiles aimed at targets about 40 miles outside of Tehran. That might fit for Isfahan in the nuclear program that had been developed in that area. Now, with regard to Karg Island, this all came out in the last 60 minutes or so. The reason why Karg Island is so significant, it's well off the shore here. Well off, I'm saying 10, 15 miles, okay? But it's in deeper water, that's the point. So you can get these giant vessels from all over the world that can easily pull up the Karg Island. They can load the oil onto their vessels and then move their way down through the Strait of Hormuz in this direction here. The reason why this is so significant is because if you take control of Karg Island, you will take control yet again of the economy of Iran. Many military analysts coming on our air over the past several months said this is what you need to do. It hasn't been done. But if you take Karg Island, you have to control it. And that means you put U.S. men and women in danger of taking fire on behalf of Iran. So keep that in mind if indeed there is a move on Karg Island sometime tonight or in the coming days. Iran, meanwhile, has not sat back. They still have drone capability. They still have missile capability. And for the second straight night, we know they took aim at a U.S. air base that houses the F-35 in Jordan. We know overnight they've gone after the Fifth Fleet again here stationed in Bahrain, and they've taken aim at Kuwait as well. The Kuwaitis are saying just about 2 hours ago that they engaged 24 incoming drones over the past 48 hours time, 24 drones in for Kuwait. Now, with regard to our firepower, I know there's a lot on this map. There's a reason why there's a lot on this map, because the U.S. naval assets are significant throughout the Middle East. And just so you can zero in, that's the Strait of Hormuz. Here's Tehran approximately up there in that part of the map. Let's leave this alone for a moment and talk about what's happening with the ceasefire. So there was a ceasefire declared in early April now, and a lot of people have debated whether or not it's a real ceasefire or whether or not the tit for tat continues. This is what we can say. Depending on how you define a ceasefire, it has held reasonably well for 60 plus days. That's not to suggest that there hasn't been tit for tat. The U.S. going after Iran, Iran going after Israel, and return fire on behalf of the Israelis. But let me take you to the far left part of this screen, okay? This is just the past several days. Today is Thursday. On Tuesday now, the U.S. struck back after a U.S. Apache helicopter that had been patrolling the coastline of Oman took a drone. And based on the description we're getting from the Pentagon, that drone lodged itself in between the cockpit of two pilots. They took the Apache down and went in the waters at sunset. They waited there for 2 hours until an unmanned drone, a water vessel, came across the ocean, rescued these two pilots, and pulled them to safety on board a helicopter. So the U.S. then and the president convinced that they needed to take action. And that is what we have seen based on the last 2 nights. Now, Jimmy will slide over here and show you one more map. So we talked a lot about the Strait of Hormuz. This is the U.S. blockade, which still exists today, okay? It was established here off the eastern tip of Oman, heading right over to the border between Iran and Pakistan. This has been successful. Okay, if you look at the numbers here, 9 vessels have been disabled, meaning they were taking warning signs on behalf of the U.S. military not to go to an Iranian port, not to make a visit, not to make a stop. And apparently, for whatever reason, those vessels did not listen, and they were engaged and disabled, including one in the last 24 hours that apparently is flying under an Indian flag. We'll try and confirm that in a moment here. In the meantime, you had 135 ships. These are ocean-going vessels that have been redirected, which means they did stop at Iranian ports or had the intent to go to an Iranian port, and that is the number we have thus far. There's some video here of the Gulf of Oman at one of those vessels. These are huge ocean-going craft. They can stay at sea for months at a time, go all over the world. This is some video that CENTCOM had shared with us showing that vessel being disabled. So hope all of that gives you a bit of perspective for where we think this conflict is at the moment on this Thursday morning.
So Donald Trump says he always wanted to go into the Straits of Hormuz. We're going to break that video down again. We're going to go over that video. We're going to go over that video again. I like that video. I like what was said in that video. Stock surge, oil prices plummet. Stock surge, oil prices plummet. Double tap hit the like button. Iran update, Karg Island. There is a potential that we would invade Karg Island. That would mean boots on the ground. And what I am saying today is that every war game, that every president wanted to invade Iran, and every war game for every president that ever looked at invading Iran always included Karg Island, and it always included boots on the ground. I'm sorry that's a surprise to you today, but that's the breaking news.
It's spike on the news.
Two things I think are different this time, right? Those four dreaded words on Wall Street. One is we have the direct line of communication with the Iranians, right? The president was not doing that before. And two, he's keeping on the leverage here, keeping the blockade in force, knowing that their one tactic is delay, 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 not giving them that flexibility this time.
Wow. Obviously, the market's going to not taking any time to react to this. As we noted, the drop in oil prices once President Trump issued this statement canceling new strikes on Iran. Oil prices dove down now about $3, down to $87 a barrel. I keep looking at that. I was like, even though we saw the spikes to $90, $100 a barrel, even President Trump would note that, in the face of so much geopolitical risk, historically, we would have seen a massive oil spike, $115, $200 a barrel. We never quite saw that, but now you have
Let's go, MAGA.
Some news.
Let's go, MAGA. Get the MAGA in the chat. Let's go, MAGA.
Barrel, which is really interesting.
Yeah, look, I think if we pull up the futures curve tomorrow, you're going to see the 70s come in before the end of the year.
Let's go, MAGA. Let's go, MAGA. No, they wouldn't understand. They wouldn't understand, but it's not their job. It's our job to vote and support our president.
Two things.
They don't got to understand, MAGA. Let's keep going. Hold on.
And do you know we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil? Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran, until right now. We took out the other night 22 ships late at night with no lights because they don't have any radar because we blasted the crap out of it. We took out, that's why oil's $85 a barrel. I mean, you take a look. Remember when I did this, I said, look, the one bad thing will be we hit the best economy we've ever hit. And I said to my people, I had Scott, I had Howard, I had Pete, I had all of them. I had Todd in the room. I said, the one thing we have to do now, we had just hit the highest stock market in history, highest 401ks in history. Everything was going well. And I said, I hate to do this to you guys, but Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon very soon. We have to go and attack. So we hit them with the B-2 bombers, which took a lot of courage. It was totally successful. We buried it, very hard to get. But now we had to make the second move. And I said, the bad part is the stock market will go down by a lot based on predictions of.
And it did. We just showed the stock going down, $87 a barrel. Breaking news. Put that in the chat, y'all. $87 a barrel, y'all. Put that in the chat. $87 a barrel. Update.
Central Command says it disabled a third oil tanker violating the blockade, and that was in the Gulf of Oman today. This comes a day after U.S. forces launched retaliatory strikes on Iran after Tehran downed an American helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz. Max Gordon is live in Dubai with the latest. Max.
Hey, Kaylee, President Trump says that another round of strikes on Iran are on the way tonight. He also says that the U.S. is looking to take over Iran's oil and gas infrastructure. Here's a post on Truth Social from earlier today saying at some point in the not too distant future, we will be taking Karg Island and other oil infrastructure points and assume total control of their oil and gas markets. So far, U.S. forces have struck Iran 2 nights in a row. This all kicked off after a U.S. Apache helicopter was downed by an Iranian drone. The U.S. launched so-called self-defense defense strikes against Iran, targeting military sites in the country. In last night's retaliation, Iran reportedly fired missiles at a U.S. airbase in Jordan and struck targets in Bahrain and Kuwait. The Kuwaiti military says 24 hostile drones have been launched from Iran toward Kuwait within the last 48 hours. The United Arab Emirates, which wasn't hit in last night's strikes, strongly condemned what they called renewed Iranian aggressive attacks. CENTCOM reporting today that they've disabled a third oil tanker trying to get around the U.S. blockade of Iran in the Gulf of Oman. The U.S. has disabled 9 non-compliant vessels and turned away 135 others since the blockade went into effect on April 13th. Now, here in the Gulf, people are just waiting to see what happens with a fresh round of strikes imminent. Kaylee, back to you.
Max, thank you. You know, Cheryl, I want to start with you because the president said on Truth Social, we will be taking Carg Island and other oil infrastructure, and he referenced Venezuela. That is a huge deal. Carg Island is the Achilles heel of Iran. The oil goes through there. It would be devastating for Iran should that transpire.
90%. And that's why the editorial board at the Wall Street Journal wrote this morning that Trump needs a new Iran strategy. I think we've learned more about that strategy this morning, in particular when the president called in to Fox and Friends. A couple of things about Carg Island. Right now, if you look at a live map of the tanks that are on Carg Island, they're at 77% capacity. Once they hit 85%, they're shut down. That's when the erosion begins. Once any oil or gas facility starts to erode and has damage, it can be offline for a long time. I mean, if we take over Carg Island, what I would like to see is a temporary takeover of Carg Island. You find people within the Iranian government that you can work with. You do try to set up kind of a situation like we have with Venezuela, because taking that oil off the market would actually hurt the global energy market, the Iranian oil, to be clear. The other thing is that, you know, we talked about Project Freedom. Project Freedom was, I think, on the books for about 2 days. That is where you have U.S. military ships like the Apache helicopter overseeing tanker traffic. That's another issue. I think that you have I think the goal in my mind, I'm hoping, and the energy market hopes this, the goal is that we have some type of situation that looks like Project Freedom. Maybe you're not calling it that. Admiral Brad Cooper has talked about that at CENTCOM. He's got a plan for how the U.S. military can be in partnership with our allies in Europe to where you have the Strait open. All of this is about getting the Strait open. Carg Island, though, again, a very key production facility that is close to being in jeopardy.
No doubt about it. And to hear the president mention it, Harris, I know Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg has mentioned to both of us that this is something he has advocated for a long time.
Well, the bottom line is to make sure they don't get enriched uranium to the point where they can make nuclear weapons. I mean, we can't lose sight of that. And I know that that's why the president now has his eye on Carg Island, because, yeah, you're close to that 85%. You get closer to that. But if you take it over, what you do get to see, because we're in there, and Colonel Jernigan and I were talking about this last hour, you're in their atmosphere now. You're firing on them. You also can take reconnaissance while you're in those planes. Like our military can do a whole lot at one time. So, yeah, we can go in and we can hit strategic sites, but we can also pull intel out of there from the air. And so then would you see movement, a defensive movement toward Carg Island? That gives you more fresh targets. Look, we're fighting an enemy. Let's not be fake about it. That's what's happening. And so you fight to win. If you tell them you're going to get Carg Island, they start to move toward Carg Island. Now you got them. So, I mean, I think strategically in a military way, in that sense, we don't want their oil wells to be shut in. That doesn't benefit anybody. But I think that finding good actors or reasonable actors in the IRGC, if we could do that, we'd have a ceasefire deal right now. Obviously, that's not possible. And if you give them too much of an out and say, well, you know, we'll carve out this one area for you can't do any carving. It's all or nothing, and you can't have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, and to that end, there are two options, right? A deal where you get the nuclear dust, or you go in and seize it. And now we've had 2 nights of U.S. engaging in action against Iran. It seems like the deal route and the ceasefire route is quickly crumbling.
Yeah, and one of President Trump's strengths is that he is a good faith negotiator. The problem is that Iran is not. And I think it's pretty clear here, and I think that President Trump is also sort of communicating this, is that Iran only went into these ceasefire negotiations with the hope of delaying in every single way possible. The best case scenario for Iran at this point is exactly what's been happening, which is to keep the United States involved in is sort of constant drip, drip, drip of conflict here and there. Not enough to get President Trump to send back the B-2 bombers, but just enough to get us constantly engaged without really committing to full force obliteration. And the reason that they're doing that is because they hope to run out the clock, and that if they run out the clock, the political pressure at home will be enough for President Trump to cut his losses and go home, but on their terms, not on his. And so it does seem to me that we need to get out of this middle zone. We have to commit one way or the other. We got to commit to the obliteration of the Iranian regime entirely, or we do need to go home, because right now this is the worst case scenario for the United States.
Yeah, it's week 9 of the very tenuous ceasefire, Josh.
Yeah, and to dovetail off of Kaylee's point too,
Double tap, hit the like button. Mass update. And I was just doing a little research for you guys. The U.S. dollar is currently benefiting from an exorbitant privilege as the world's primary reserve currency, which has been significantly reinforced by its role as leading energy and weapons exporter during the ongoing Iranian conflict. Just in case you didn't know how we benefit from the Straits of Hormuz being closed. I've always said, and MAGA always said, keep the Straits closed. I don't give a fuck. Everybody in the chat talking about Biden would have had the Straits open. No, dum-dums, we don't want the Straits open. The Straits closing has resulted in America being the #1 exporter of weapons and oil. It has increased the strength of the dollar and turned the dollar into a commodity-backed currency, which it hasn't been. It was just paper. There is designs behind all of this. It's designs behind all of this. I mean, OPEC, the UAE leaving OPEC, the UAE being dollar poor, the UAE needing a swap line. Why did the UAE leave OPEC? Why did the UAE need a swap line? Why was the UAE dollar poor and now they have to spend dollars? Why? Because you got to buy dope from us. Everybody on the block has to buy dope from us as long as we keep the Straits closed. Keep the Straits closed. That makes us the only dope man on the block. The king of New York, Donald Trump. You guys have got fat while I was gone. 4 years under Biden. You guys were allowed to make all the money you wanted to Iran. Fuck that. We shutting shit down. The king of New York is back, and all the drugstores are closed. In Japan, just send oil tankers to America. Across the whole globe, everybody got to buy dope from us because the king of New York said we the only ones on the block allowed to sell oil. Now, after the king of New York, Donald Trump, shut down every drugstore and made the world come to us, made the world spend dollars to buy Texas crude, then we went to China, motherfuckers. Keep in mind, we went to China after we told the whole world, suck a dick and buy my oil. After we told the whole oil, we taking Maduro, we taking Venezuela, we taking the crude, we told the whole oil, eat a dick and then buy oil from us. Then we sat down with Xi Jinping. After we told the whole world, you gotta buy dope from us. Now we learn today, Trump always wanted Carg Island. Now we learn today, Trump has been secretly moving.
Tonight, promised by President Trump, if Tehran.
Now we learn today, Trump has been secretly moving oil out of the Straits of Hormuz. So we making money off of oil in Venezuela. I told you about billions of dollars in the offshore Qatari account. We making money off of oil in Iran. Oil was $87 a barrel and dropping. Double tap at the like button. Whoa, that MAGA. Oh, MAGA.
Alert, we have all China's friends in a headlock. Their favorite gas stations, Iran and Venezuela, are offline. Now Xi's sitting down with Trump.
Say that again. Woo, Jesse. Woo, Jesse. He said their favorite gas stations are offline. Now, Jesse, you didn't know but Jesse, I just talked about that because my chat was saying they don't understand. And I was telling my chat they won't understand about Venezuela and the proxies and how Venezuela was benefiting. Woo, God dog it, Jesse, I love you. See, if you want to know why I play Jesse, because me and Jesse is on the same page, on the same team. Jesse, I was just explaining to the trolls. Jesse, I was just explaining to the purple hair protesting fat purple proof. That's the Democrats. I just was fucking telling them, Jesse. I told them, Jesse. Jesse, I just told them why we took Venezuela. Woo! That MAGA is rolling on this Thursday, ain't it? Hit you a motherfucking super chat. Hit you a motherfucking like button. Hit you a motherfucking subscribe. That MAGA is rolling on the motherfucking Thursday.
Fox News alert. We have all China's friends in a headlock. Their favorite gas stations, Iran and Venezuela, are offline. Now Xi's sitting down with Trump, and he says he wants to fill up the tank.
China's support of Iran. How big a discussion was that today?
We discussed it. I mean, when you say support, they're not fighting a war with us or anything.
No.
He said he's not going to give military equipment. That's a big statement. He said that today. That's a big statement. Said that strongly. But at the same time, he said, you know, they buy a lot of their oil there, and they'd like to keep doing that. He'd like to see Hormuz Strait opened.
China wants oil, chips, and lower tariffs. So we have a lot of leverage. And Xi said, well, how can I help?
President Xi would like to see a deal made. He would like to see a deal made. And he did offer, he said, if I can be of any help at all, I would like to be of help. Because,
He did say that.
Yeah, he did say that. And look, anybody that buys that much oil has obviously got some kind of a relationship with him. But he said, I would love to be of help. If I can be of any help whatsoever, he'd like to see the Hormuz Strait open. He said, if I could be of any help whatsoever, I would like to help.
We're watching a diplomatic dance. Neither guy can look needy.
He didn't ask him for anything. I mean, we're not asking for China's help, or we don't need their help. Our position is very clear. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Back at home, the media still thinks the gay Ayatollah is winning. The New York Times, Washington Post say Iran still has most of its missiles. Now, these could be deep state leaks, worst case scenario, trying to get Trump back in the war for money and regime change. But our military's top brass said today it's not accurate. We destroyed Iran in record time.
The numbers that I've seen in open source are not accurate. I think what also is not taken into consideration, it's more than just the numbers. It's the command and control that's been shattered. In less than 40 days, CENTCOM forces achieved our military objectives. Most notably, we degraded Iran's ability to project power outside its borders and threaten the region and threaten our interests.
They mostly have drones left, and we figured out how to shoot them down for cheap.
So those days of using high-value defenses to shoot down cheap targets are behind us. Quite the contrary, what we have been doing lately is using our own low-cost one-way attack drones, attacking Iran, making them use higher and more expensive weapons.
The regime's getting desperate. Kuwait says they arrested 4 guard guys who tried to sneak into their country. And they're still causing trouble in the Strait. The Brits said one of their ships was seized, and an Indian vessel carrying goats reportedly sank after getting hit with a drone. But traffic's actually up. Cargo ships are turning off their radar to sail through dark. At least 18 ships made it out this week, some from Japan, some from India, and our wall of steel's holding strong. 70 cargo ships were turned around. 90% of Iran's sea mines destroyed. And their mosquitoes, they're getting swatted.
Capability have been significantly degraded. If I just use my own professional experience in 100 transits through the Strait of Hormuz, you would typically see 20 to 40 fast boats, and lately we've seen 2 or 3.
They went from swarming the Strait to hiding in the shadows. Now the Iranians are choking on their own oil.
Kharg Island. We've seen that there have been no loadings in the past 3 days. We believe their storage is full. None of the ships are getting out. None are coming in, so they're not able to store oil on the water. So they're going to start shutting down their production. I think that they are on their last legs, and the blockade, President Trump's blockade, has been a resounding success.
Cuba could be next. They just said they ran out of oil. The country's experiencing blackouts. And today, our CIA director's in Havana holding a secret meeting. He told them we're going to be open to working together, but they need to change. If Venezuela can get it together, so can Cuba. Just remember, Havana's just a short flight from Palm Beach.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Jesse. Jesse, me and Jesse on the same page. Me and Jesse on the same page. Double tap hit the like button. Me and Jesse on the same page. Me and Jesse on the same page. Somebody said they didn't know about the price of oil.
What went into posting that?
Well, it's just one of those things. They have no defense. They can't do anything about it. The only thing they have is fake news. You know, they have the New York Times write stories like they're doing great, and they're not. They've been wiped out. CNN and that MS Now or whatever they call it nowadays, NBC had to get rid of it because it was bad for their reputation. But the publicity they have is incredible. It's almost like they're doing well, and they're getting decimated, just decimated, and they're dying to make a deal. They want to make a deal so badly. But, you know, you read the New York Times and you read the Wall Street Journal, which is so fake. I mean, I know you guys own it, but it's a real piece of garbage. And you read the Wall Street Journal, it's like they did an editorial today about we're not hitting them hard enough. I mean, it's just not hitting them hard enough. We dropped $250 million worth of bombs on them last night. You know, the whole thing is crazy. But and they're really in submission. They just don't know it yet. Okay, to be honest with you, they just don't know it yet. And we are talking to them and all. But, you know, look, my preference has always been take Carg Island. That's been, Brian knows that. I spoke to him a long time ago. Lawrence knows it. I spoke to him a long time ago. I said my preference would be that. I don't know that America has the stomach for it, to be honest with you. You're going to make a fortune. But I don't know that America has the stomach. I think they'd like to see us come home.
Now, the Pentagon is told.
Y'all hear it? That's why I said today this ain't got shit to do with Israel and Bibi.
The publicity days, NBC had to get rid, and they're getting decimated. I mean, I know you guys own it, but it's a real piece of garbage. And you read the Wall Street Journal, it's like they did an editorial today about we're not hitting them hard enough. I mean, it's just not hitting them hard enough. We dropped $250 million worth of bombs on them last night. You know, the whole thing is crazy. But and they're really in submission. They just don't know it yet. Okay, to be honest with you, they just don't know it yet. And we are talking to them and all. But, you know, look, my preference has always been take Carg Island. That's been, Brian knows that. I spoke to him a long time ago. Lawrence knows it. I spoke to him a long time ago. I said my preference would be that. I don't know that America has the stomach for it, to be honest with you. You're going to make a fortune.
I want to take Carg Island. I've always wanted to take Carg Island. Going back, I've always wanted to take Carg Island. They got nothing to do with Bibi. I want Carg Island. This is American. This is American money. I've been trying to tell you guys. That's why I set you up with that question in the chat. That was a setup. I knew the answer. That's why I set it up so I could talk about this today, so I could play that clip, so I could let you hear Trump say, I always wanted Carg Island. And he explained why and what we get with Carg Island. It had nothing to do with Israel or Bibi. Sorry. Sorry.
And so has UK. Now, the second one is shocking, but this is not the age of Churchill. I will say the UK has been very, very uncooperative with that stupid island that they have, that they gave away and took a 100-year lease, having to do with perhaps indigenous people claiming the island that never even saw the island before. What's that all about? And they ruin relationships. It's a shame. It's and that country, UK, and I love that country. I love it. My mother was born there. I love it. My mother was born there. My father was born. Right? He knows all about my father. My father was born there. So, you know, there are places that you sort of automatically very, very feel warmly about. But the UK, what they're doing with energy and what they're doing with immigration is horrible. You have the North Sea. Somebody said yesterday,
Some people say Lebanon is the key to peace. How many people think Lebanon is the key to peace? Let's get into the report that says Lebanon is the key to peace. And while we
Confused on where to start with GLP-1 weight loss medication? 95.
While we watch, double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. While we watch, some people say the path to peace in the Middle East is Lebanon. Some people say the path to peace to Middle East is Lebanon. So we're going to get into this report from Lebanon as soon as we get past the,
that President Trump and Prime Minister is a divergence of the goals that President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu have, both strategically in the geopolitical sense, but also politically. You know, both men have elections coming up. The Israeli Prime Minister is up for re-election and, election date that hasn't been set yet in the next 3 to 4 months. President Trump has the midterms in November. For President Trump, it would be in his best interest that there not be a war with Iran, whereas for the Israeli Prime Minister, he needs to achieve more as it relates to Iran before those elections arrive. And so, that is where we see President Trump consistently over the last 24 hours trying to rein in Israel and ensure that it does not carry out, stronger retaliation against Iran than what we've seen. And in fact, we're learning about this new conversation that took place earlier between President Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister, where the president urged Netanyahu to scale back the retaliation, to not retaliate any further after he carried out 2 waves of attacks on Iran overnight following those ballistic missiles that Iran fired at Israel. The Israeli Prime Minister agreed in that conversation, canceling, it would seem, additional attacks that the Israeli military had planned for tonight in Iran. And so we are once again at a situation where the president has had to intervene to get to restrain further Israeli military action. The question is it sustainable? Can it hold, especially as the Iranian government is now warning that should Israel carry out attacks in southern Lebanon, then Iran will attack Israel once again.
Israel's getting beat up. Israel's getting beat up. I knew all of this when I put my poll in the chat. Pause. Israel's getting beat up, but everybody think Israel is the puppet master. Based on the fact that discussions with the Islamic Republic of Iran have been brought to the highest level in Iran leadership and approved, I have, as the President of the United States of America, canceled the scheduled strikes and bombing against Iran this evening. Discussions and final points have been in both concept in great detail, approved by all parties involved, including the United States, Israel, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Turkey, Pakistan, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, Egypt, and others. The naval blockade will remain in full force in effect until transaction is finalized. Donald Trump, the President of the United States. Donald Trump bombs over Baghdad. Donald Trump bombs over Baghdad.
It's been take Carg Island. That's been, Brian knows that. Look,
one more time, Donald Trump.
Preference has always been take Carg Island. That's been, Brian knows that. I spoke to him a long time ago. Lawrence knows it. I spoke to him a long time ago. I said my preference would be that. I don't know that America has the stomach for it, to be honest with you. You're going to make a fortune. But I don't know that America has the stomach. I think they'd like to see us come home. But we did it with Venezuela. Venezuela's worked out great for everybody. We've taken millions and millions of barrels of oil out of Venezuela. We brought them to Houston and various other places, Louisiana, where refineries that we have that are incredible. They're going 24 hours a day, making a fortune. And, I like that in this case too. But I'm not sure that America has a long time. It's a little longer process, something that's a guarantee if I want to do it.
Mr.
But I'm
President,
not sure the country has the appetite for it. Does that make sense to you?
I understand where
as
you.
good as it is. By the way, as good as it is, that's always been my number one thing. But as good as it is, I'm not sure the country has the appetite for it, and that's okay. I understand that.
I mean, would you?
Do you think the country has the appetite to attack Carg Island? And bombs over Baghdad, everybody. Bombs over Baghdad.
Ya Allah, you! Allah.
נפילות בנבטים, אחי. נפילות קשות בנבטים, שומע? וואו, 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 וואו.
Ya Allah, you! Allah.
נפילות בנבטים, אחי. נפילות קשות בנבטים, שומע? וואו, 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 וואו.
Ya Allah, you! Allah.
נפילות בנבטים, אחי. נפילות קשות בנבטים, שומע? וואו, 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 וואו.
Should we take Carg Island? Should we take Carg Island? Y'all see the chat? Put the one in the chat. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe. Should America take Carg Island?
But if the president intends on carrying out any kind of action on Carg Island, especially that involves boots on the ground, that's going to make our troops essentially hostages, because the Iranians have proven that they have very durable, very capable drones and ballistic missiles they can employ. And I don't think we've seen them yet concentrate those in a serious way on any of our forces. Although if we did put boots on the ground, that would change that calculus. And even if we did just hit their infrastructure there, the idea that, you know, we're going to blow up some of their oil infrastructure and the Iranians are just going to surrender, I just don't think that we have no data to support that theory of the case. The Iranians are very good at taking pain. If anything, it's going to harden the resolve even more. I mean, really, the president's only viable course of action is just to declare victory like he does in all his social media posts, but then actually leave. Because if he actually leaves, the Iranians can't strike us, and then we can use diplomacy and economic incentives to get the Straits of Hormuz open. And the president can convince most of his base, I think, that we won. He can just say,
how naive, like they weren't striking us before, like they didn't take hostages, like they haven't been killing Americans via the proxy armies, like they didn't attack Israel. What the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck? Some of you liberals get on my fucking nerves. What did he fucking talk? They can't attack. That's what the fuck they've been doing for 47 years, dumb. What the fuck are you talking about?
Pain. If anything, it's going to harden the resolve even more. I mean, really, the president's only...
We're talking about jihadists. This is why when I talked about Iran from the beginning, I explained in my chat the difference between the Shia and the Sunni Muslim. We're talking about jihadists.
Viable course of action is just to declare victory like he does in all his social media posts, but then actually leave. Because if he actually leaves, the Iranians can't strike us, and then we can use diplomacy and economic incentives to get the Straits of Hormuz open. And the president...
You hear this shit? They can't strike. Why they can't strike us, dumb? Why they can't strike us, dumb? What's stopping them from striking? They've been striking us up until, oh my God. That's why you out. I'm so glad you out. Your ideology, your way of thinking, you should not be in the government no more. Sit your ass down. You shouldn't even be fucking talking. Shut the fuck up.
Can convince most of his base, I think, that we won. He can just say, hey, I blew up more stuff of the Iranians. They blew up of ours. We won. And then he can focus on, you know, the domestic.
Tuck our legs and go back to the status quo, where Iran was making all this dirty money in the Straits, funding Hezbollah to the tune of 100,000 missiles. Listen to these stupid motherfuckers. Let's go back to the status quo. Let's just leave and let the IRGC go back to running dirty oil and cocaine, funding their proxies and blowing shit up and continuing their jihad, because they do it for fun. Because these motherfuckers have a problem. They have a cultural problem. They like killing people in the name of Allah. So put them motherfuckers back in power and let them make money off of dirty oil in the Straits so they can go back to doing what they did October 7th. Is that what he's suggesting? Because that's what the fuck happened. That's what the fuck happened previously. It's so weird. That's what the fuck happened before we went into Iran. They were bombing shit, they were kidnapping, and they blew up motherfucking October 7th. What the fuck is he talking about? Iran can't bomb us anymore? What did you mean? Not Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis?
If anything, it's going to harden the resolve even more. I mean, really, the president's only viable course of action is just to declare victory like he does in all his social media posts, but then actually leave. Because if he actually leaves, the Iranians can't strike us, and then we can use...
Do you understand the democratic logic? This is how you get hurt. Because this is what the Democrats tell people. If we leave, if we run and 10-tail, how did that work out for Biden? Joe Kent, seriously, I'm not even going to cuss you out. I'm not going to say any profane words. I want to ask you realistically, how did that work for Biden? When he did that in Afghanistan, how did that work for Americans? I'll wait, Joe Kent. It didn't work, Joe Kent. It didn't work out for Biden politically. It didn't work out for Americans domestically. What happened was we created a power vacuum. When Biden left Afghanistan in a shambles, it created a power vacuum when we left the region, and there was an uptick in proxy violence, and we basically left Israel by itself, and Israel got beat up. Our little brother, we left all by itself, all by myself, and they got beat up because Joe Biden turned tail and running. And Joe Kent is suggesting we do the same thing again. How you guys think in the chat that would work out if America just upped and turned tail and left like Joe Biden did? How does that work out for Republicans? How does that work out as far as our political future? And how does that work out domestically? How does that work out geopolitically in the region? Aren't the proxies emboldened? Wouldn't the proxies be emboldened to get revenge? If America just tucks its tail and leaves, the proxy armies go crazy again. Not Iran. Iran can hide behind Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, but then they will be allowed to make dirty money off of dirty crude and fund the... what the fuck? Let's listen to Joe Kent.
It's going to harden the resolve even more. I mean, really, the president's only viable course of action is just to declare victory like he does in all his social media posts, but then actually leave. Because if he actually leaves, the Iranians can't strike us, and then we can use diplomacy and economic incentives to get the Straits of Hormuz.
You mean go back to the JPCOA? They can't strike us anymore, and we can go back to the Obama deal. We can go back to making the deal like Obama did. Go back to making a deal that allowed the proxies to be emboldened to make a lot of shit ton of money. What the fuck, bro? It's like we didn't learn nothing. We're not going back to the JPCOA. And in fact, Biden didn't even want to do the deal again. Biden didn't want to re-sign the JPCOA. Biden kept Trump sanctions. You know, some people were talking shit in the chat. Some of the things you don't know, all of the dumb motherfuckers in the chat. So Biden kept Trump policies in a lot of major ways. Trump had a policy on Venezuela, right? Trump sanctioned Maduro and put a bounty on his head, $5 million. And guess what Biden did when he was elected? Biden kept those same sanctions in place and doubled the bounty to $10 billion. Trump had some tax cuts in his first term. Guess what Biden did when he became president? Biden kept those Trump tax cuts for the entire 4 years. When we talk about the big, beautiful bill, why was the big, beautiful bill able to be passed and why Democrats didn't fight it? Because Democrats never wanted to do what? For 100,000 in the back. Democrats never wanted to do what? Democrats never wanted to get rid of those Trump tax cuts that were made permanent in the big, beautiful bill. But why is it such a big surprise? Because Biden kept them going all 4 years. Biden kept the Trump tax cuts going all 4 years. So he doubled down on Trump's Venezuela policy. He kept the Trump tax cuts all 4 years. And then Trump kept the Iranian, and then Biden kept the Iranian sanctions. Did you guys know this? I know you don't because you don't pay attention. But Trump put sanctions on Iran. Biden failed to get the JPCOA re-signed in Vienna in 2021, and thusly he kept the Trump sanctions in place. So on major geopolitical issues, the Democrats deferred. Are you guys really listening? I don't know if you really listening or do you give a fuck? I don't know if you can comprehend. But on major geopolitical issues, the Democrats defer to Trump. The Democrats defer to Trump. And some MAGA Republicans would even argue I'm being nice, because the truth is Biden doubled down on Trump policies. He not only kept Trump policies going, he doubled down on them. And the only reason we have the big, beautiful bill is because Biden kept the Trump economic policy, which is those Trump tax cuts that became permanent in the big, beautiful bill. How many of you even fucking know this shit? How many of you even fucking know this shit? You listen to Joy Reid and Project 2025, but the fucking truth is those fucking tax cuts have been there since the first administration, and Joe Biden kept them. It wasn't Project 2025. It wasn't Joy Reid. It wasn't fucking Rachel Maddow. It was fucking Biden. It was fucking Biden. It was fucking Biden. Wake the fuck up.
Sitcom, meanwhile, says U.S. forces have carried out a fourth round of self-defensive strikes on Iranian targets. This follows the Iranian Revolutionary Guard downing an American drone over the weekend. Overnight, the president posted this: Iran really wants to make a deal, and it would be good. It would be a good one for the USA. Just sit back and relax. It will all work out well in the end. It always does. He's also reportedly sent that radical Islamic regime some proposed changes to the latest peace deal. It offers tougher language on Iran's nuclear commitments, and it pledges to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. A former deputy national security advisor is backing the president's approach.
The Iranian regime, the
Sitcom, meanwhile, says U.S. forces.
All right, y'all. I'm tired. I need some water. I'm tired, y'all. I'm tired, y'all. How's everybody, man? Come on in. Let's close it out. Anybody got some last words? Let's do the last words, man. Let's do the last words. Let's do the last words. Let's close it out. Let's close it out. Let's close it out. Let's do the last words. Anybody got any last words? Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. Bottom. I hate to say it, but I have to say good night, sweetheart. Good night. Double tap at the like button, man. Subscribe. Join the channel. It's called the Somalian Special right now. You can join the channel for less than it costs to feed a starving Somalian. Somalians stole 19 billion. We are the world. We are the children. Somalians came here and stole 19 billion. 19. They built learning centers, but the children didn't learn shit. Then Ilhan Omar stole 30 million. She also married her brother. We are the world. We are the world. We are the children. Somalians came here and stole 19 billion. Allegedly, they built learning centers, but the children didn't learn shit. Learing. Then Ilhan Omar stole 30 million. And she married her brother. 30 million. And she married her brother. 30 million. So you can join my channel, man. I'm calling it the Somalian Special, man. When we was kids, man, we used to have Africans on the TV with swollen eyeballs and flies on their eyeballs, and they said, Africans are starving. Feed the Africans. Then the Africans came to America and stole 19 billion motherfucking dollars, allegedly. So you could keep feeding starving Africans 19 billion motherfucking dollars. You could join my channel. Everybody right now, hit the like button, subscribe, and join my motherfucking channel. Or you could keep feeding starving Somalians. Oh, shit. Somebody go look at this. Somebody go look at this. Somebody go to police. Somebody go look at this. We are the world. Yeah, man. Go ahead, man. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe, man. Every day at 1 p.m., man. Perfect Time Podcast. This is the #1 podcast for geopolitical debate, man. No one else does what we do. There's a lot of people copycatting out there. There's a lot of people you can go watch. There's a lot of copycats. There's a lot of people talking about the issues that I talk about. Not the way I do, though. No one does the research and breakdown and give you the nuances and the entertainment the jokes, but then go deep and dive and really ask you questions. There is a narrative that somehow Israel is behind U.S. invading Iran. I've debunked that narrative many times, and today I had another great podcast debunking the narrative that somehow Israel is behind America going into Iran. And today what we presented is Trump revealing the fact that every American president has wanted to invade Iran. They've had war plans, and part of that war plan is something called Karg Island. And Trump said, going back to his first administration, he always wanted Karg Island. He didn't say Israel. He didn't say Jews. He said he had designs. It talks about the same designs he had on Venezuela. The billions of dollars that Americans have made, the deals that Chevron has made, because Chevron had infrastructure in Venezuela that had been stolen and taken over. Chevron now is recouping that infrastructure. We're back in Caracas. Chevron has signed a $2 billion deal in Venezuela. We're making billions of dollars off of Venezuelan oil. This is the reality. This is the Trump presidency. Barrel is $87 a gallon. Oil is $87 a gallon. The UAE has left OPEC. Trump has always wanted Karg Island. Trump has said Bibi needs to sit down. Bibi needs to shut the F up. Trump has revealed that the white Americans, the colonizers, always wanted Karg Island. And you surprised? I'm not surprised, because I saw it in Venezuela. I see how we're making money and we're stealing the oil in Venezuela. Then Trump reveals today, not only did he say, I've always had designs on Karg Island, that reveals so much about why we're there. Not only did he reveal that he's always had designs on Karg Island, but then he reveals that we have been secretly removing oil. When I debated Venezuela, the Democrats thought they could perjure me on the fact that we were going to steal the oil. And I said, yes, yes, we want the oil. We're keeping the oil. That's what the song was. Remember when we talked about Venezuela? Put it in the chat. What did we sing, Eric? We said, we're keeping the oil. That's what it was about, bitch. It was about keeping the oil. That's what I said about Venezuela. That's what with MAGA admitted we came for the oil, bitch. Give us the oil, bitch. And we kept the oil from Cuba. We took the oil from Iran. We took the oil from China. It was all about the oil, bitch. Straits of Hormuz. What is it about? What is Karg Island about? It's about the motherfucking O-I-L. Put it in the chat. O-I-L. Put it in the chat. O-I-L. What the fuck did you think? It's fucking Donald Trump. He's the king of New York. Yes. Yes. I want the oil. Give me all the fucking oil. Jizz it all. Give me that sweet black crude. Yes. So today we learn that the colonizing Americans want oil. They don't give a fuck about Israel. Surprise! It's not about Bibi and Israel. It's about greedy white colonizing Americans. How many people? I'm not surprised. This is why I love the Republicans. I love you greedy colonizing white motherfuckers, because I love money, 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 money. It's about oil. It's never been about Israel. It's never been about Bibi. But today we learned a lot. I've always said it, but today we learned a lot. We've secretly taken out millions of barrels of oil. Every day we've been taking the oil. Take the oil. Take the oil. Take the oil. We want the oil. Take the oil. Surprise. We still in the oil. God damn it. We still in the oil. Who knew? You didn't know. You know why Trump was successfully stealing the oil? Because you thought we were up Israel's ass. You believed in the Russia hoax. You believed in the Israel hoax. You believe in Bibi and Trump having freak-offs, but the truth was we keeping the oil. While you were into your anti-Semitic jerk-off circle jerk, we were keeping the oil the whole time. Whoa, that MAGA! Whoa, that MAGA! The whole time. You want to debate and argue me about Israel. Did we stop? Did we stop in Tel Aviv and give them any oil? No fucking way. Are we splitting the cost in Venezuela? No fucking way. No fucking way. All of the profits from Venezuela is ours. All of the profits from Iran is ours. We're keeping and stealing all of the motherfucking oil we can get our hands on. What the fuck? How do you say that is about Israel? Please explain, Bibi. No one likes us right now. Macron is pissed. Starmer is pissed. Bibi is pissed. That's why Bibi is bombing Lebanon. Do you want to know why? Because we're keeping the fucking oil. Holy shit. There is no Bibi and Trump and Israel, none of that. All of the oil is ours. All of the oil is ours. All of it. We're not sharing shit. Not Venezuelan oil, not Hormuz oil, not what is the all of the canals, the what is the Panama Canal? What is the other canal? What's the other canal over there in Egypt? The Suez Canal? Yeah, fuck everybody, we want it all. I don't know what y'all thought, man. These is colonizers. So what a great day. What a great day. Trump revealed why we're there. It has nothing to do with Iran. It has nothing to do with Israel, protecting Israel. Trump revealed, I always wanted Carg Island. And Trump revealed, we've been stealing oil every day. I fucking love him. I fucking love him. I fucking love him. Fucking 2026, 2028, we the shit. This is so fucking great. He said, guess who does it? I can tell it now. It's a secret. Trump, I love you, Trump. Trump says, I got a secret. Trump, keep it a secret, Trump. It's not a secret if you tell everybody. Trump said, I got a secret. Well, what's it? Fucking Trump, what's the secret? I've been stealing the oil. And nobody knew. Is that right? Is that right? You've been taking the motherfucking oil, Trump. And he said, Iran didn't even know. Iran did not even know. I've been stealing the Iran didn't even know. I fucking love him. Somebody, he need me. You know, like Joe and Jada to throw a flag like Trump. If it's a secret, let it be a motherfucking secret. Flag on the play, Trump. Flag on the play. Trump, you need me like Joe and Jada. I could be your Jada. Trump said, I got a secret. At that point, I would have threw the flag. Fuck it. Don't tell him, Trump. Trump said, I got a secret. Fuck it, Trump. Fucking tell us. Fuck it. I've been stealing the oil. He's the man. Holy shit. Holy shit. Who does this? He's the man. He fucking says, I got a secret. I've been stealing. Don't do that. Fuck. Oh, shit. Trump says, I got a secret. I've been stealing the oil. I've been stealing the oil every night. Oh, shit. I've been stealing the oil and nobody knows. Guess who doesn't know? Iran. Guess who just found out? Iran. I need the village. Play the village, people. Play the village. Right? Cue the fucking I'm trying to make a thing that'll try to make you scream, make you scream. Cue the music. I'm trying to think of all the words that'll make you scream, make you scream. I'ma lick you down with your favorite ice cream. Woo! While I'm kissing on your eyes, kissing on your thighs, kissing on your Cue the motherfucking music. Cue the motherfucking music. I'm trying to think of all the words that I can make you scream, make you scream. I love Trump. I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. He says, I've always wanted Carg Island. And then Trump says, I got a secret. I've been stealing the oil. God damn. Whoa! He's the best. He's the best around. No one could ever bring us down. We're the best around. Oh God. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Podcast over. See y'all tomorrow, 1 p.m. or whatever the fuck. Tomorrow's Friday. I don't go live on Friday, but I'm going to promote it anyway. I might get fucking motivated. Or I might go live Saturday, Sunday. I don't know. Send the super chat. Send the cash app. Motherfuckers don't donate enough money to my channel. Motherfuckers don't hit the like button enough, but it's okay. I'm still kicking your ass. I'm still kicking the ass. I'm still kicking YouTube. I'm still kicking the algorithm ass. I'm still kicking ass as far as, look at my numbers. My numbers just went up. Did I just go up again? Did I just go up another couple hundred subscribers? Did I just go up again on their bitch ass? I'm still kicking ass. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe, hit the super chat. #1 podcast on YouTube. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. #1 podcast for geopolitical and domestic debate. Everybody you see that look like me talking about this shit is copying me. They are copying the fucking thumbnail. They are copying the fucking description, but they can't copy my vernacular that's spectacular and the character from a verifier. They can't copy me. The motherfuckers is a mimic. And I see you get your little views, get your little clicks. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. When you can't do it like I do it. I do. Have you rubbing your hair like I do? They say they do in YouTube, but they don't look like I do. I do. Have you rubbing your hair like I do? They say they do in YouTube, but they don't get views like you. I do. I do. I do. Grand opening, grand closing. That's how we got to do it. The microphone. The mic is so hot right now. I didn't kill this podcast today. I didn't kill this pod. Grand opening, grand closing. God bless America, man. God bless America. God bless America.